We are now in the slight, short period of time where we're recording, and the people on the re-upload will hear this, but people on the stream won't.
I'll
Spooky.
re-upload people.
Okay, now we're going live. Hello there. I hope you're all doing well today. My
Yeah,
approx... Hmm? Go ahead.
yeah, honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. Good stream this morning. Good stream.
Nice. My approximate feelings right now are a cross between endless reading and endless depression, so that's fun. Yeah. Hey, Pagan, are you alive?
Yeah,
Good.
sorta.
We're all here then. 5 pounds from Threadnought. Thank you. I know precious little about Song of Ice and Fire, so I need to know: is the matriarch of House Shapiro a doctor?
You'd be a maester at that point, and then technically no, because a patriarch is not allowed to. The patriarch's got to actually lead the family, so they can't be a maester. That's usually where the second son comes from.
Well, he said matriarch, not patriarch.
Well, matriarchs can't be maesters anyways. No, you wouldn't really have a septa, because they wouldn't be able to take the vows.
Oh.
No, not really.
Alrighty then. Creetosis, so what are your thoughts on Saints Row 2022 and how it affects a franchise? You really want another rant like last time?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we found our new. So, Halo Reach.
God, we had to keep talking about it in my stream today too.
Yeah, I know.
Do it, Pagan. You invoked it.
No, it got invoked in my stream earlier too.
Yeah, but everything was settled. Everything was quiet. We had just started the stream. The cursed game hadn't been mentioned yet, and then Pagan fucked it up.
Yeah, Halo Reach is one of the single biggest disasters ever. It destroys all of Halo canon. I'll leave it at that for now. It is literally the gunshot wound to the head that kills off all Halo canon.
Oh boy.
Hmm.
Before we get started, there's a thing that many of you are probably already aware of that I want to talk about quickly. YouTube has a new policy against excessive swearing, because for some reason there's a difference between saying fuck once and saying fuck 1,000 times. There's a line somewhere in the sand that they are not properly quantifying, I guess you could say. That, like, there's no way to know where this line is and when you've crossed it or not. The example they give is, oh, well, for example, if a swear is in every sentence, that's a bad thing. Don't have a swear in every sentence. Well, I don't have a swear in every sentence, and they still demonetized my Saints Row 2022 video, which had been my best performing video for the amount of time it had been released. At 6 days, however many hours that it had been released, it smashed all previous videos. This was looking to be my most successful video of all time. And the moment it got demonetized, the very moment it got demonetized, the impressions fucking flatlined. Like, yeah, there's still getting some here and there, but it went from a steep mountain to a fucking plateau. And that's a very demotivating and depressing thing to see happen to your most successful video. Or what was tracking to be your most successful. I have since gone through the video and censored much of the fucks in it, and a couple of the shits. And re-uploaded it. It's currently up now, the new version. And this is something I would almost never ask, but I'm going to do it in this instance just because that hit so hard. I would very much appreciate if you guys, like, went over to the video and liked it and commented on it and maybe shared it about. I don't think we'll ever get this video back on track. It's pretty much impossible. It's a re-upload of a previous video at this point. But any help you guys could give it to get it back in the algorithm, at least somewhat, would be very much appreciated.
$2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's because think of the children. Oh, my butt.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing that bugs me too. Isn't there a whole side of YouTube that sections off children from this kind of content, anyways?
Yes. So, there's literally an option when you make a video or go live that asks, like, "Oh, is this video suited for children?" And you can literally pick, "No, it's not for children," or "It's for adults." So why the fuck does it matter?
I've got it set by default that these videos are not for children because I'm not ever going to make videos that are aimed at children. Even when I make the Pokemon review and the Doctor Who videos in the future, those aren't aimed at children.
Yeah, it's... Oh, God. It's basically pointless. It's basically... There's no reason to even have that option there because it does nothing.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. If you're the kind of person who gets, like, morally outraged by swear words, it's like... It's the kind of thing that can ruin your day. That saying it once and saying it 1,000 times, there's no difference. You've already crossed that line. You've already said the naughty word.
Yeah.
Because... It's not like a crime like murder, where you kill one person, that's bad, but you kill 100 people, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's just... It's a fucking word. And part of the reason this bugs me so much is I have a reason for putting those swears in most of the time. Sometimes it's emphasis, but most of the time, it's just me being me. Not saying things the way I feel I should say them makes it feel like I'm being artificial. And that's kind of why I'm feeling scripting this quick Pokemon review video, because I'm trying not to swear in that video. That's something I decided when I started writing it, even before the demonetization happened. But going through the script and trying to write it without saying, yeah, this is fucking dumb, or this fucking sucks, or whatever, it feels so unnatural to me. It feels like I'm being artificial. And I don't ever want to... I don't ever want to come across as putting on an act, or not being who I am for the viewers, you know? Because you get a lot of those people who are all... It's almost a hello fellow kids thing. It's like, hey gamers, check out my awesome review! And in reality, they fucking hate video games. I don't want to be that kind of person. Where I'm putting on a false persona for you guys.
Yeah.
So,
especially when YouTube was supposed to be the thing that gets us away from that kind of stuff. It was supposed to be our escape from shit like network television.
Yeah.
But now it's becoming like network television anyway.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is the whole network television thing. Like, this is something that's always bugged me, even before I had a YouTube channel. From the first adpocalypse, it's like, yeah, these kinds of content, like having swearing in the first 15 seconds of your video, wherever, that's bad. Motherfucker, how many shows on TV have swearing in them that advertisers are fine with, but they're not when it comes to YouTube? That's dumb. That is actually dumb. South Park, when South Park was finally allowed to say shit on TV, they made a point of making an episode where they say it like 300 times in a 22-minute span, or however many times that counter got up to. They had an episode where they said the N-word, the most epic of gamer words. They didn't have a counter for that, but it was like probably about 100 times. Again, in a 22-minute span. And like, yeah, advertisers are fine with that. They'll put their ads on that. But you say, hey, this game is a piece of shit, fuck, and then you get demonetized. I don't get it.
I think part of that is also because of this like new culture where back then it was okay to be a little bit on the edge and, you know, be a little bit edgy and stuff like that and make those kind of, have that kind of humor. But now that kind of stuff is demonized and, oh, you said that 10 years ago? You're getting fucking canceled now, bitch. It's literally that.
Well, yeah, I could see that for the South Park Wheel of Fortune episode, but I'm talking more just swearing in general. Because here's the thing, too. When I started to go through the video to bleep out most of the fucks, Pagan and actually some people in chat had told me as well that that might not actually help. They might still detect bleeps as swear words and still demonetize you for that. Once again, even though that's the exact same thing that's done on TV.
Yep.
Yep.
Fun fact, if the auto caption misunderstands a word and thinks it's a swear, it could lead to demonetization even if it's at the end. Yeah, I've heard about that issue too. Have you ever sworn a little too hard and poo-poo came out of your butthole?
What?
No, I haven't, Duncan McCockiner. Thank you, though. This is what happens when we give sites like Twitter, Reddit, and Tumblr too much power. Yeah, it's like the trifecta of fucking shitty websites, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Creetosis just turn into Chills? I don't know if this is your first time watching one of our streams, but over the past, 10 or 20 streams, we've been, joking about Chills a lot.
Yeah.
Is this a prime example of a pick-me? Oh, I'm never going to forget that one.
I know it's
in other news... Oh, no, you go ahead.
I know it's going to sound a bit, egotistical or whatever, but I still really like that one I said on your New Vegas stream where it's like, Chills is stealing Nuke's powers.
Yeah, that was great. Oh, man. I was just going to say, in other news, let's pour one out for our boy Jim. Did his last stream.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably should have mentioned that last time, because this isn't the first STAG of the year, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not truly his last stream. Hopefully they figure out whatever the fuck is wrong with him and get him fixed up. Because that's the thing, that's the impression I got from all this, is there's a chance that they can find out what's wrong with him and maybe not cure him, but make him better, you know? But right now it's looking very grim. He's not going to have the energy to stream and stuff anymore, and that's why he did this last year. Who is Jim? Mr. Medicare.
Yep.
Fucking internet legend. He'd probably laugh at being called that, but I mean, he has left quite a footprint on the internet, and very highly entertaining.
As Philip Pipkin said, it's going to be the end of an era, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. God, hearing her on the last stream too, because she went there and said her condolences to him and stuff, and God, it's so sad because she was so shy for one, so she barely talked, and then when she did, it was literally just like, I don't want to see you die. And it's like, oh, that's really fucking sad. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I didn't even see that, actually. The one I saw was from a few weeks ago, where she was talking to her stream after Jim raided her, and she's like, oh, he's dying? Oh no, you guys can't be serious. This can't be real.
Yeah, that was from a few months ago, but there was a more recent one where she actually went on to his stream.
Yeah, she went on to his stream.
Yeah.
A bunch of tards went on to his stream.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
It's funny, in the Pipka one, you can hear them making fun of the tards who had just got out of the call. Like, good God.
Yeah, apparently they were still in a call, being tards to one another.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, they're still doing that? They're like, yeah.
I think I heard that Acer is all pissy that Medicare is dying, and was all, you can't die before I sue your ass off, turkey sounds. Probably not. I don't think Acer Thorin even knows who Mr. Medicare is.
No, Medicare never really got around to, roasting him like he did.
No, he did. He absolutely did. That stream was hilarious.
He
Oh.
did. He just didn't go super deep on it. It was mostly covering the
Yeah.
accidental stream and not all the lol suits.
Yeah.
Cause that is the thing I'm disappointed of, because I think Jim would have gotten a fucking kick out of going through, like, the highlights of those lawsuits, like, oh yeah, he stabbed his dad in the face over slow internet, or, he sued Microsoft for $500 billion. Acer, I'll sue God for killing him before I can sue him.
I'm gonna stab God in the face!
He would.
I know he would.
Huggable Hipster is one of the most ridiculous lolcows Stag has brought in the spotlight. I don't think she's a lolcow. I just think she's a poser based on what I've seen.
Yeah, Huggable Hipster's not a lol cow. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll develop into one, but no, it's just like all the statements that are made that just don't fit. Like if you were a gamer in any respect of the word, a deep dive into Oliver Swanek, really?
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ, all you gotta do is just type in Oliver Swanek, New Vegas, and realize that he has, like, 2 sentences to his fucking name. It's like, oh, okay.
I still think
Let's
it's
not rag on
hilarious.
her. Oh, no. I was going to say, let's not rag on her too hard. After all, she is a faithful subscriber to the channel, after all.
Oh, yeah, I found this out completely by accident. So on the YouTube studio page, you know, there's all the information there, how your latest video is doing, recent comments you haven't subscribed to, how your poll in your community post is doing, stuff like that. One of them is a little box that says channel members and subscribers. I usually have that on members. Not for any particular reason, actually, just because that's the last thing I checked, and I don't really check who's following me that often. But I happened to click subscribers the other day, and I noticed, oh my god, Huggable Hipster is there. Oh.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Yep. I like how Enclave Emily asked who's Huggable Hipster when she was in the stream we did, the last stream where we covered her, so...
I don't think she was.
Enclave Emily? Yeah. Yeah,
God.
she
That's
was.
the Native Americans thing. Not the most recent Huggable Hipster one.
Oh. Oh,
No,
she
it was
in
the most recent.
Wait,
It was the most recent. Yeah, it was the most recent one.
You
Damn it, I
guys
got
are-
that backwards.
I am so confused. I'm moving on.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, they remember now.
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
still,
it was the most recent.
I still really love that moment where we paused. I came to that realization, oh my god, she's going to claim that actual Chinese is fake Chinese and call it racist, and she did. Holy shit, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking normal Mandarin, just normal fucking Mandarin. It's like, that sounds like Ching Chong speak. It must be racist. Like, you dumb bitch. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, that was funny. Do lolcows need to have at least a sizable amount of trolls around them to deserve the title? I don't know what the exact line is, like, where you cross that line into becoming a lolcow, because that's the thing about Acer Thorn, is before he had his Kiwi Farms page, I saw that pattern of behavior in him where he just... anyone who says anything slightly negative about him, he just fucking loses his shit. Like, the most mild of criticism, we've shown these on stream in the past, has caused him to fucking go off the rails insane. So, seeing how he was acting there, seeing all the false DMCAs and everything, and hearing about the lawsuits, because I hadn't looked into them that deep at the time, I told him directly in DMs, you know, you could become a lolcow. This is lolcow behavior. These kinds of people will find you if you keep acting this way. You need to... like, this was genuine advice, too. Like, that's the thing. I laugh at him now because, you know, he is a piece of shit. He tried to sue me. He's... well, I'm going to say it again. He's a piece of shit. But back then, that was genuine advice. I was trying to help him. I didn't want to see this person who is, excuse me. I didn't want to see this person who is clearly disturbed and unstable and unwell. I didn't want to see him have to deal with that shit at the time. Now I think it's fucking hilarious. Fuck that stupid fat piece of shit.
Yeah. That does kill me though, that like you did say that. Like I that was such a big thing back then, where like you left that message and it was literally just like, it was basically like, I'm gonna be the bigger man sort of thing. And it was totally true, and we knew it was true, and he just didn't care and just didn't think that it would actually happen. And then Kiwi Farms happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you should have fucking listened, dipshit.
Like, again, I this isn't me tooting my own horn. It's just the truth. Everything I said that would happen to him has happened.
Yep.
Take that as you will. Including you, Acer Thorn, if you're listening. You're probably not. But if you ever hear this, take that as you will. I was right. Fuck you.
Yep. And again, it's not... This isn't like some mystical divine ball thing. This is just looking at the internet and realizing, yeah, dude, you fit the exact profile of these fucking clowns. You really don't want to get involved in that circus.
Yeah.
Because the clown wranglers are coming, and they're gonna find you eventually.
Tooting my own hoe.
Look, I was playing Minecraft recently, okay? I'm autistic. I don't actually know if I am or not. I've been told many times that I am, though. So maybe, who knows? It doesn't really
I don't know
matter.
for sure if I'm not. Yeah, I'm not either. I just say, well, if I'm not, then I guess I'm just weirdly normal, and I guess that'll be a compliment.
Anyways, we should probably get on with this video.
Yeah, so
We've wasted
I have
enough
not
time.
seen anything about this video at all. I have not seen anything about it. I've just heard Shapiro has some shit takes.
I haven't watched the full thing through. I've watched a couple minutes of it, and I saw some takes I wasn't too big on, so I was like, okay, we could cover this.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Creetosis, you sound very retarded. Oh, well, thank you. I very much appreciate that.
The video, there's another video we potentially might do. I won't spoil what it is, just in case.
Yeah, so...
but there's another one we potentially might do, and that one I'm genuinely curious to hear how the fuck.
Well, here's the thing. If we don't cover that one today, we could cover it next time or sometime in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
We could cover it today if we get through this video fast enough.
Yeah, so, but I don't want to say one way or another just in case we don't get through this video fast enough.
Yeah. So you guys ready?
I guess. Oh, God. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about this video. I haven't looked into it or anything. You guys chose it for once, so...
Well, I actually looked back, I was looking for a House of the Dragon video a few weeks ago, like back mid-December, I think. And this was one of the ones that came up, and I was considering doing it back then. Actually, probably wouldn't have been mid-December. It would have been after our coverage. But either way, it's one of the ones I found, and I went back to look for it again for today. Sir Ben of House Shapiro, Lord of 8 Candles.
Yeah.
If you start now, then how will you reach the 6-hour mark? Oh, we can make that happen. I don't want it to happen, but we can make it happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
Alright, here we go.
Alrighty, folks, we're here to recap Season 1 of Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. This video is sponsored by Established Titles, because...
Oh god, that aged like fucking milk.
Yeah, especially now that we know what Established Titles is, that it's a fucking, what is it, Thailand company that doesn't even, like, exist in Scotland.
Yeah, it was a complete fucking scam.
Well, it's by the same company that does the Kamikoto knives, and people have tried to find their office in Japan, and it just doesn't exist.
Of course not! Kamikoto knives are a scam as well. Like, they absolutely are. They are really shit quality knives that do not hold an edge. Kamikoto knives are terrible. A Kamikoto knife is about worth $20.
Yeah.
but they actually say that they're worth $2,000 and then have a reduced price to $700. And it's like, dude, that should immediately set up alarm bells. It's $2,000 normally, and you reduce it to $700, almost to a third. Like, something here is not right. Shad has a great video about how awful those knives are.
Yeah, I was just about to point out that comment. I watched Shad's video a few weeks ago, and it was really, really good. Because what he says, you know, they're kind of like standard cheap knives. They do work. They are decent for what they are if they had been advertised properly. Like, they're just a regular knife. They're the lowest quality steel, but they're not this
what you could have done
high, amazing quality steel that the advertisements make it sound like. And
if Kimikoto had sold them, here's a $30 chef's knife. Okay, a little up there, but it's a $30 chef knife. What do you expect for $30 chef's knife? You know, it would have been fine.
Acer, these knives aren't good enough to stab my dad, but good enough to sue you. Alright, should we skip the ad read, or should we just...
It depends on if he's going to go into it, or if he'll say, and we'll talk about that later in the thing. So we'll see what happens.
Fair.
Because if he does do the full ad read, then yeah, we'll just skip it.
Because you have a title. Okay, so let's talk about...
Okay, so see, yeah, he just skips it. Okay, yeah.
Yo, Creetosis, what's your overall score for the show? I can't remember what I said when we did the stream coverage of House of the Dragon.
Yeah, I think you were with me into 7.5.
Yeah, I was about to say 7.5. That probably would have been an 8 or an 8.5 if it wasn't for episode 9. That really dragged it down.
Yeah, episode 9 really does damage a lot of things, especially because it doesn't happen that way in the
well, no,
book.
not because it does. Especially doesn't happen that way in the book. Because if we treat this as its own thing,
no. I'm saying that because not only is it a change from the books, but it's a bad change from the books, making her into a mass murderer just instantly.
Well, not just that. It's the whole like nothing really happening in episode 9. It's like, oh, we've got to find the prince so we can crown him as the king, and he's like hiding, and it just feels like a waste of time. They could have been spent better on other things. Creetosis, that the Thai company is run by Acer Thorne's slave femboys, hence the scam price amounts.
About Games of the Dragon. Enjoyable. First of all, let's get to the obvious. Yes, it's filled with pornography. It's Game of Thrones. I mean, it's on HBO. HBO has a moral obligation, apparently, they believe, to show tits and ass, and so they just do that a lot.
They actually don't in this show.
Shockingly, not as much as you would expect.
Yeah,
I think all combined, 3 minutes throughout the entire season.
Yeah. Even in the later episodes when characters are having sex, we don't really see the deed being done. Like when Daemon and Rhaenyra are doing it on the beach. And is that episode 7? I think that's episode... No. Yes. Yeah, episode 7. We don't see anything there. It's mostly like the first episode or 2, maybe 3. And even then, it's very short-lived.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like nudity scenes, and like I think there was one scene where we saw
Daemon in the gold cloak.
Yeah, we see some like tits every once in a while, and then the one that comes to mind is the pasty prince ass that whereas he's jerking it in a window.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, so yeah, we see the pasty prince ass. We see the brothel Daemon is in with the gold cloaks, and then we see the pleasure house that he takes Rhaenyra to in that one episode, and those are the only ones I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, it very strange thing to even bring up here. It's
Yeah, but remember, Ben Shapiro's more
I know he's
hardcore
doing
Christian
it.
values.
Yeah, he's
sort of
doing it
guy.
for the more political, religious side of things. Is why he does this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, if you feel like this is something worth mentioning, it sounds like he's overblowing how much it is, how much it's in the show.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
opposed to-
it's very limited in this show.
Very. Because even in season 1 of Game of Thrones and season 2, you could probably say that, oh yeah, this is excessive. You don't need this much. Especially when they start following that one random whore that came from Winterfell to King's Landing, and like we just get random scenes of her doing shit when we don't need it, and it doesn't really add anything to the story. People in chat are saying he's Jewish. Yeah, he is, but it's a similar type of thing with the whole the
Yeah, it's fundamental
pure
religion.
values.
Yeah, Puritan. There you go, Puritan values.
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually is almost wholly relegated to like 2 episodes. There's a lot of bloody childbirth. I don't know why the writers were super into bloody childbirth, but there's like 5 of them.
Well, no, it's not the writers are into it.
They're not
It's part of the story.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
it's
becomes
literally a part
relevant.
of the story. It's
This
important.
is thematic. This is actually
Yeah.
thematic of what is going to happen because of all these births and everything. This is when House Targaryen is going to be its most secure, and yet we will see what happens.
Well, by the ending of the show, you could see like a war is coming. They're literally preparing for it.
Yeah, again, but this was when House Targaryen was at its rise, when it was firmly, not at its rise, was at its apex. I'll put it that way. And you can see that all of this is going to have so many consequences. All these children have dire consequences for everything else.
Yeah.
God, yeah, this is weird.
You can see why I wanted to cover this.
Yeah, this is very strange. Where it's just like, oh yes, the show writers were just into bloody childbirth, clearly, and it's like, motherfucker, it's literally just showing that they don't have the same level of medicine we do, and yeah, if they get a fucking C-section, they're gonna die. They're gonna bleed out. There's nothing they could do.
Yeah. And what I like is how thematic this is. We see Viserys actually says yes to try to save the child. Daemon cannot make the same choice.
Yeah.
He can't bring himself to do it. And it kind of shows... And that's kind of when Daemon gets more respect for Viserys, because he realizes the brutal fucking choice he had to make.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually after that a lot of Daemon's attitude towards his brother, like, changes for the better. Of course, we see that best during the throne room scene in episode 8, but... Yeah. And someone mentioned in chat, too, I don't know why, he missed the point. Yeah, he missed the point completely. £5 from Threadnought, thank you. Jew, Satch. He's not a Christian, he doesn't believe Jesus was a special imaginary friend. Well,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. As we said, we changed it to Puritan. He has very Puritan views.
Yeah.
I like how I said that thing in the call before we were recording, and it wasn't intentional. It was not intentional. I just said that, and I was like, oh. Now that I'm like, oh yeah, we're reviewing something from Ben Shapiro. That's right. Oh, that I should have said that on stream. It would have been much more appropriate. Yeah, when we called, Creed just said, like, hello, and I was just like, shalom, my goyim.
I think you're misrepresenting the situation. I didn't say hello, I was more like, I feel like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I said, shalom, my fellow goyim.
Yes.
Yeah, and I said, time to get our shekels, oive. It's pretty rough.
So that was weird. The upside of the show is that it's all political manipulation. So that's stuff that's fun to watch, right? You're watching all of these characters vie over power. That was always the best part of the original Game of Thrones. The touch of magic in the original Game of Thrones was, I thought, the weakest part of the show. Everything that was going on with the White Walkers in the North was the least interesting part of the show.
I can agree with that because they completely butchered what the White Walkers were. Like, one, they showed them way too much, and two, they made it where there's one singular big bad, which was the point George R. R. Martin made, was that there isn't a singular big bad of the White Walkers.
Yeah.
Because that would be stupid.
I like the mystery of them at first, but yeah, they definitely showed them too much, and then, not to spoil Pagan, but we get a certain scene where, we see something about their creation in, like, season... Is that 4 or 5? I'm not talking about, like, their actual origin, but how the guy on screen is made.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm not sure that should actually be there. I think that's that's one of those things that probably should have been left as a mystery.
Yeah, and it actually, like, deflates a lot of them. It also doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that too.
The thing that creates them also destroys them. That's fucking weird.
Yeah. Oh god, I hate it. I hate it so much. Hey, Pagan, do you want to watch an episode of Game of Thrones after the stream?
God, I was actually thinking, like, God, we need to get through that show. Like, I kind of want to focus on that more than the Doctor Who stuff, but at the same time, I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Yep. But when it comes to the other stuff, like Quaithe and the dragons and everything like that, no, that was very important to the show as well, because, again, it was supposed to show House Targaryen on the rise again. Like, that's why she gets the 3 dragons, and they mysteriously birth from what are stones. So what people don't know is, if you haven't read the books, dragons' eggs don't remain eggs. They either hatch or they turn into stone. The 3 eggs that Dany was given had fully turned to stone. They were not real anymore. They weren't dragon's eggs anymore. And yet they hatched. Which is mind-blowing. It's part of this whole prophecy of everything. And also why she gets so wrapped up in the idea of prophecies. Which is a very bad thing, by the way.
Yeah. I have seasons 1 to 5 of Game of Thrones. The last 3 seasons are non-canon to me at such.
I would decanonize season 5 as well. Honestly, I really would. Yeah. 1 through 4, 4 has some rocky stuff in it, but it's still okay. 5, no. It's over at 5. Dorne is completely fucked. The entire Essos stuff is completely fucked.
I'm still in a perpetual state of rage that they wasted Julian Bashir.
Yes.
Holy fuck. God. You get such a good actor from such an amazing show, and you have him show up to fucking die pretty much immediately. Like, fuck you.
Season 5 gave us Sir 20 of House Goodman. Yeah.
I don't remember what that is off the top of my head.
That was how Ramsay Bolton defeated Stannis. Give me 20 Goodman.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stannis ruined it season 5 too. Yeah, they... Surprised... Pagan doesn't really like Stannis so far. We're about halfway through season 2. But they're like... Again, the show kind of fucks Stannis over repeatedly.
Yeah. Book Stannis. There's a reason there's a sizable portion of the fandom that is the one true king, Stannis the Manus.
Yeah.
There is a reason that is a very sizable portion of the fan base.
After going through the books, I can safely say that I like Book Stannis a million times better than Show Stannis. Show Stannis is a caricature of Book Stannis.
What about Euron? What about book Euron versus Show Euron?
Oh my god. You can't even call him a caricature. It's a complete bastardization.
Yes, it's like one of those racist stereotypes of Iron Men. It's like, Jesus Christ.
God, I hate it so much. Like...
I meant Ironborn Iron Man.
Just to put it into perspective, Pagan, imagine this fucking... I'm not even sure the best way to describe him. He's like serving the fucking Cthulhu Elder God shit. He's like so far into don't fuck with me territory that you can't even see it's okay to fuck with me territory. He's like, you barely see him, but they establish him really fucking well in the books. And in a show, he's just a fucking literal clown.
An effeminate, metrosexual weirdo.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
This is a character who has gone to the ruins of old Valyria, which no one has ever fucking returned from before. And he comes back with a full suit of Valyrian steel armor. And other artifacts, too, like the dragon horn, which will bind dragons to your will. But
well, that's what they think it does. They're not sure.
They think it does. But the point is, I believe any non-Valyrian who blows that horn, it will burn their lungs out of their body.
Yes, it does.
And
we get painful
I
description
wasn't
of
sure
it
about the
happening.
Valyrians or not. The Valyrian
Well,
part of
I don't
it.
know about the Valyrian part, but it will if you blow the horn. We know,
Yeah.
because they had somebody do it, and it did not go well for them.
Yeah. He cuts the tongues off of all of his crew so they don't reveal his secrets, and just... to put it in perspective, show Clown Euron, wants to fuck Cersei for whatever reason. I guess because she's the queen, whatever. And he says to Jaime something about finger in the butthole. Because,
Yeah, he's like, because you can't do that anymore because of certain things. And he's like, but I can. I'll stick a finger in her bum. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, what?
I hate it so much.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll give Show Euron credit for is killing the Sand Snakes.
Yeah. But anyways, we're off the mark here now. Back to Ben's point. No, I think one aspect of the magic, the White Walkers, was completely ruined and did bring down the entire show. But the stuff with the dragons, with Quaithe, with the idea of prophecy and everything like that stuff was fine. My God, I wish we had gotten the proper House of Dreams, though, in the first few seasons of Game of Thrones. Because it would have made a thing that happens in Season 3 way more impactful.
Oh, you mean the House of the Undying?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said the House of Dreams. Yeah. Meant the House of the Undying. She sees the werewolf sitting on the throne.
Ooh.
That really fucking good imagery, by the way. As she goes and she sees a feast laid out before the man wolf sitting on the throne, and the wolf is glaring at her. And it's like, dude, I fucking wish they had kept that in the show.
Yeah.
Because that is very fucking good imagery.
Also, Clegane Bull was a letdown. Honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure it should have happened.
Game Bold never should have happened. No, that was stupid. But they were clearly just playing into the memes. That was what they even said. The memes wrote a lot of the things. We had to have those fan moments. It's like, fuck off. Game Bowl was dumb.
It was dumb. Creetosis, those writers clearly hated certain characters from the get-go. They really hated Stannis, which was by far the best choice for King. Also, Robert was right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they hated Stannis. They even said as much. They despised Stannis and that Renly should have been king. And I was like, piss off.
I think when I eventually get around to the Game of Thrones video, that's something that should absolutely be included. Like, obviously that was going to be included anyways, because that dictates how they handle the show. But specifically the point of, you fell for what was obviously, like, the person who is all show and no substance. You fell for it.
Which is why House Tyrell backed him, because they knew he was weak, pathetic, impotent. He was literally a nothing. They would have been fully in control. God. Just oof. Just oof, yeah. Sorry, guys, but, you know, he's talking about Game of Thrones, and I'm thinking of better times when it comes to the books and everything.
Yeah, it's hard not to think of better times, especially since the books are so good, and we still don't have Winds of Winter.
George, please, for the love of God, please. You know how you can save the early 2020s? You know how you can save it? Winds of Winter.
Dual release Winds of Winter and A Dream of Spring tomorrow.
That would be... God, I would like... I don't know if my heart could take...
I genuinely hope that's why it's taking so long, because Winds of Winter is in the bag, and A Dream of Spring is almost done. I'm hoping that's what it is, and we just don't know it.
Well, because he's released so many preview chapters of Winds of Winter.
Well, not just that. It's been over 10 years now since the previous book. And not to be morbid, but there's not too many miles left on the road for old George.
Yeah, I know. I'm very, very worried.
To the point where many people don't think we'll even get Winds of Winter before he moves along.
Yeah.
Let alone A Dream of Spring.
Massive fingers crossed, please, because Jesus Christ, please just do it, George. Anyways, I get back to the video.
Yeah.
The draft, but they weren't really a major topic except for Daenerys having one. Melisandre's there.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, the last 2 seasons did treat the dragons like jokes, but because the show writers were wildly trying to, like, depower them so that it wouldn't be a fucking curb stomp, which it should have been a fucking curb stomp.
Well, that's the thing, is it seems like they were trying to depower them, but then they made them 100 times as strong as they were at their strongest. It makes no sense.
It is so fucking weird.
Again,
it's so weird.
Spoilers for Pagan, but this is how fucking retarded it is. In one episode, a dragon gets shot 3 times by the scorpion and fucking dies. An episode or 2 later, a dragon takes out an entire fleet of ships with the same scorpions on them, and none of them hit this dragon. How the fuck?
I've seen that. I've seen Mahler's coverage of that where they showed those 2 in comparison to each other. It makes no fucking sense.
God. It's super dumb. And the fact that they were in hiding from the dragons, and that's so much worse.
When I get to that part of the video, I'm actually going to have to make a very rough 3D model of the area to show how fucked that is. Because you can't hide a ship behind a small island from something that's in the fucking sky that's going to have a really good fucking vantage point to see everything in the ocean. It makes no sense!
Yeah.
God, I hate it so much. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it!
And even worse was their excuse, as Brenton Fowl puts it. Danny kind of forgot. Like, stop! Shut the fuck up right now.
The worst part is, that's not even a line in the show. That's something the writers had to say after the fact to cover for their incompetent fucking horse shit.
That was the writers, that was the showrunners.
The showrunners.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
So bad. So bad.
Yeah, Danny kind of forgot
about the Iron Fleet.
How do you forget about one of the enemy's main forces against you?
Their only naval power! How do you forget? Especially when they keep handing you your ass in naval combat.
It's also insane how they start firing the scorpions at the ship, and rather than acting like arrows and sticking into the ship, it just completely shreds the ship as if it's made of paper, and everyone fucking escapes. Varys escapes, Tyrion escapes, except for this random fucking hoe servant that Grey Worm is in love with, even though he can't do much with her. But that's besides the point. They capture
Grey
her.
Worm's got no worm.
Only get her out of all of that.
Yep.
And then that's part of the excuse for all the insanity in the last 2 God.
Yep. Well, let's try and get through this, because also Melisandre was a total letdown in the fucking show. That's for sure.
God.
And it was fucking beyond stupid. Yeah.
I'm gonna Lightyear, fuck, what's the Dothraki weapons again?
Oh, I don't remember what they're called, but Kopesh is what they're based off of.
Either way, I'm going to set all of your weapons on fire so you can, fight the
suicide charge into our enemy and give them more troops.
More troops. She's able to light up all of their weapons that they're holding on fire by touching a single one and making a prayer, but she can't light the fucking trench on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I hate it so much, I keep remembering more!
No.
5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. Creed, why do you dislike Saints Row 2022 / Game of Thrones later season / Bethesda Fallout? You never talk about it. Also, Halo Reach!
It's coming! The Halo Reach script is coming. That's all I'll say about it.
Someone hold Setch.
I know. Hold back.
There, but impact on the show itself. The part that was always really interesting was the battle between the houses, because it was essentially the War of the Roses. So here in this show, they really dispense with a lot of the magic, and it's just internecine warfare in the house. Well, I'm really into that.
I'm not sure how you could say it dispenses most of the magic when we've got more dragons than ever.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point of the battle. In fact, they try to keep the dragons out of it because the dragons are just that powerful. And this is, remember, keep in mind, these are people that still have a pretty close line to old Valyria. Still. So they know what happens when dragon lords went to war against each other. Shit went nuclear. Like, things burned. Entire, like, in terms of our world, entire countries, like, evaporate into ash when dragon lords go to war, and they use their dragons. It is not good. So they were trying everything not to turn this into a conflict, and it's gonna turn into a dragon fight.
In which it's essentially a closed box. A lot of people are complaining the show's claustrophobic, it doesn't have the same sort of scope as the original Game of Thrones, and all of that's true, but it doesn't bother me too much. The biggest problem...
It doesn't have the same, like, individual regions, but the scope, while it's more narrowly focused on the goings-on in King's Landing, it is more broad in all the different houses and sub-factions and everything of this conflict. Whereas you didn't have quite as much of that focus in Game of Thrones because you had to focus on all these different regions and their problems. Instead of just King's Landing and, by extension, Dragonstone, which is right across the bay from it.
Yeah.
All the problems there.
Yeah, because in Game of Thrones, there's mostly the big houses. House Stark, Lannister, Tyrell, Baratheon. Did I mention Lannister?
Yes.
Okay.
Greyjoy.
Greyjoy, yeah. In House of the Dragon, so far, you know, we haven't dealt much with the big houses, but we are seeing a bit of the smaller houses that we didn't really get. Did House Valyrion even show up in Game of Thrones? Like,
no,
even in the Song of Ice and Fire books?
It does in the books, but it doesn't.
They were mentioned, but they don't play, like, a big role.
Yeah, because they are dramatically weakened from here, from this era, when they were incredibly strong.
The Dance of the Dragons is like the biggest war Westeros ever had.
Yes, because this will be the first time all the kingdoms, well, all minus Dorne, will be fighting amongst each other. Instead of one kingdom, like the Lannister kings battling the House Gardner kings. You know, it won't be like that. This is a full-on, like, the entire continent of Westeros going to war.
Yeah. Creetosis.
And even worse, there are going to be dragons in this war, and so shit is going to get very bad.
Dragons on both sides.
Yes.
Creetosis. Ben Shapiro liked Rise of Skywalker. Oh god. I forgot about that, actually.
Oh, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone comes away from that movie liking it.
Okay.
problem that I know is the wild character inconsistencies. So to me, a lot of this is
Okay,
rooted in the
explain.
decision to essentially split the season in half and then recast the season. So they start the story too early. Okay, the reality.
No, they don't. They start
they
it where
don't.
they need to. There's a reason they
Yes.
start it where they do. Because
Yeah.
this isn't... You can't just start at episode 5 and go from there. Everything leading up to that is important because it's showing how, you know, how Rhaenyra and Alicent were friends at first, but how that divide comes between them and how things constantly get more and more fucked as the episodes go on.
Yes. One wild character inconsistency. I don't like Daemon that he kills his wife. That is so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I hate that so much. That ruins his character.
Yeah, because Daemon is very much a bold character, and he does have that fiery dragon blood in him, but it does seem very out of character based on what we've seen to just randomly kill her.
Yeah.
Because one of the things even mentioned in the show is that you could have a marriage annulled. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Basically a divorce. You can have that if you haven't consummated the marriage, which they haven't, and they both very clearly don't like each other. So it's not like it's going to be an insult to House Royce for them to mutually decide, you know what? Let's go our own way. Let's do something else.
Yep. Fuck it. We're leaving. Separate and get the hell out. You don't get
Yeah.
anything in the Vale. Hell, we don't get anything in King's Landing, but fuck it. You're just a piece of shit. Go away.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too, is Daemon doesn't even want anything in the Vale, as we see in the... It is episode 4 or 5 there? I forget. Point is, the one where they have the dinner...
Something, yeah.
Where he tells her brother or whatever, yeah, you're some bronze cunt. Because he says he could claim his holdings there, but he implies he's not going to, and lets him keep it.
Yeah. Well, and the other guy says that he'll fight him for it. He's not going to get it anyways. And he's like, okay, I don't want it. So
Yeah.
piss off.
It's essentially letting him walk away with his own holdings, pretty much.
This is the face he gives you when you tell him he's not using facts and logic.
It's kind of specific. He need permission from the head septon and the king. Yeah, but I mean, if they explain the situation, I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to undo this. Like, even in that world, it hasn't been consummated. They fucking despise each other. This is a better alternative to someone having an unfortunate accident.
Which in the books, she did have just an unfortunate accident. It was a total coincidence. Everybody, all the historians looking into it are like, yeah, they agree. It was just a horrific coincidence that this one little act is going to dramatically change things forever. Which is why they gave so much importance to it, and why they looked so deeply into it to begin with.
A Clintonian-styled accident.
No, because Daemon wasn't anywhere near when it happened. All right.
Is that they start this story when everybody is an adult, because the gap between the characters and how they are from the beginning of the season to the end of the season is pretty wild. Like,
Not really. Again, you can see the logical series of events that transpire to turn Rhaenyra from being like doting and loving to her father to becoming more bitter and spiteful, and how she slowly transitions to really despising Alicent. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's exactly why those early episodes are necessary.
Yeah.
Especially Alicent turning on Rhaenyra, too. Because,
Yeah.
what's his name? Creepy Footman. Laura Strong. Because he starts planting ideas in her head. Where it's that whole thing where he's saying stuff without saying stuff. He's making her question things that
Yeah, like, do
prompts
you
her
really
to
think
act.
that You really think she's gonna let your children live when they're a direct threat to her succession, sort of thing? And it's like,
Well, it wasn't even that. It was, I heard the Princess Rhaenyra was sick. The Maester brought her a tea. Oh,
yes,
a tea. Because it's the whole it's the abortion tea. It's the whole implication that Rhaenyra lied to Alicent, and that's what makes her put on the show she did when she walks into the dinner. Oh, you know what color the high towers fly when they go to war? Green. And then Alicent walks, like, as Alicent is walking in with this emerald dress.
Yeah. Which, again, is supposed to contrast with the black and red of House Targaryen, so, which is where we're going to get the greens versus the blacks. That becomes the sort of, like, in logo of who do you support, the greens or the blacks?
I do think that's one of the biggest missteps in the show, aside from episode 9, was not having Rhaenyra in a black dress during that wedding.
Yes!
She should have been wearing Targaryen colors.
Absolutely. But I also do not like how there's two major things I don't like. One, I don't like that entire wedding scene to begin with. I much prefer that it was a proper festival of arms going on to celebrate. It was a raucous day of celebrations, and then Kristen Cole intentionally kills Valyrian, the House Valyrian's, whatever his name was.
Joffrey,
Valyrian.
the Knight of Kisses.
Yes, he kills Joffrey. But also Sir Kristen Cole gets done dirty in this show, real bad. In the books, he's just someone that doesn't like how spoiled, because she originally, she didn't choose Kristen Cole. This is another weird thing, that the whole choice thing didn't happen. He proved himself. But he doesn't like how spoiled she is, and it slowly starts turning him against her. And that's why he eventually comes to despise her, because he sees it as the council, the great council, that decided a man should always come before a woman, was right. And she's just being petty and childish and everything. But they made it so that he bangs her, and then has instant regrets and confesses to Alicent, and now he's like total, I want to fucking kill Rhaenyra sort of thing. It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, I do not like it. I do not like it at all.
Yeah, you know my thoughts on that.
Yeah. I mean, also, Kristen Cole should have been he should have been killed then and there. Like, I know he's a Knight of the King's Guard, but he fucked up real bad at that wedding. That is insanity that he gets to live.
Yeah.
Rhaenyra at the beginning of the season is not who Rhaenyra is at the end of the season. Alicent at the beginning of the season is not who Alicent is at the end of the season. Daemon at the beginning of the season is not who Daemon is at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's character growth.
They're going on an arc.
That's most stories, my guy. Most characters don't remain the same.
Luke Skywalker at the start of
A New Hope.
A New Hope isn't the same character as Luke Skywalker at the end of Return of the Jedi.
The end of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
like it's utterly insane. And the Luke at the start of A New Hope is not the same as the Luke at the end of A New Hope.
Yes, that too.
It's just like, good lord, man, come on. He bottomed her out. It's canon. Oh, God.
What?
I look over at chat, fucking tentacle dude. This is why I only date men, pagan.
And put these chess pieces on the board and then move them around in conflict with one another and develop some sort of interest in the characters over the long term. They have to have a consistent character. And
they don't need a consistent... Okay, so they don't need a consistent character if outside forces force them to change their characterization. What outside forces force them to change? Alicent got married to Viserys because of Otto Hightower, and now the Hightowers are making a play for the fucking throne. Like, come on. Ben, this is not hard to follow.
Hey, STAG crew, how are you all doing? I'm existing. I'm still depressed about the video. Yeah. It is really fucking with me.
I had some good ramen, and I had a good stream today, so I'm doing pretty alright, honestly.
God, you guys mentioning that he apparently liked The Rise of Skywalker just makes this even worse, because
yes.
Every time you bring something up, I'm just like, oh, but it was totally fine when they did that in fucking Rise of Skywalker, right? Oh, yeah. God. I guess this particular thing, I guess he'd be correct. I mean, it's not like Rey changes from the start of the film to the end of the film. I guess that's just what he expects. Characters never changing, ever. Good God.
I suppose you can, because the show takes place over a long period of time and people change and all this, that, you know, that's not inaccurate about human nature, but that is a problem in the show. And you watch the original Game of Thrones, Joffrey is Joffrey. There's no point at which Joffrey...
Because... Sorry to spoil this for you, Pagan. Joffrey doesn't live that long! It's like,
I had
he
a
doesn't
feeling.
have time to go through a character arc! Because, guess what? He's a piece of shit and somebody gets rid of him! Oh my god, dude! Joffrey is Joffrey. Yeah, he doesn't... He's alive for, what, a year after we really get to see who he truly is? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is in the in-between years in House of the Dragon, we don't really need to see the stuff we don't see. That's why it's cut. Like, if we were to see these characters grow up over the course of, like, 8 or 10 seasons, a lot of those episodes would be filled with either inconsequential stuff or stuff that they would have to invent to fill out the time until they properly grow up. What we get in Season 1 of House of the Dragon is essentially the key highlights that show why the characters at the end of the show become who they are from the beginning.
And why this war is going to happen. Why there is no stopping it, and who all the players are.
Rise of Skywalker fan detected. Opinion rejected.
Yeah. You know it's going to be a good video when the liquor comes out this early. Because, oh, let me tell you, I am popping one.
Yeah, I heard the...
My chat challenged me. They're like, if we raise $2,000, will you do a Limbo of the Lost drinking stream? And I was like, oh dear God. Do you two know what Limbo of the Lost is?
Yeah, I know what Limbo of the Lost is.
Okay. Pagan, do you know what Limbo of the Lost is?
I don't think so.
Okay, remember that one game that came out years ago where almost all of the assets were stolen for something else? Like, there were screenshots of Oblivion that were used as backgrounds for stuff.
Yes. And,
what the fuck?
It was horribly, horribly bad.
I'm like 90% sure you know what this game is. If I show you an image of it, Pagan, I know you're going to recognize it. You have to. You are fucking obligated to. Hold on.
Show me, because I'm... this isn't ringing any bells for me.
We will watch... There's a video that we will watch after the stream, Pagan. You will need to see it. It is one of those games that it is so horrifyingly bad, it's charming in its own way. Because it's so bad.
I'm trying to
the
find...
King of Limbo.
Pagan has to be forgetting. I don't know what else can explain him not knowing this game. It is infamous.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes!
Oh, it's this!
Yes.
Oh, no! Oh, my God!
Yep.
He's the king of limbo.
Yes.
I know what this is. Oh my god!
Yeah, my chat wants me to do that on stream, and I don't drink ever, but they're like, $2,000, do that, and I said, sure. But then my chat needs to fucking understand, I will stop before I pass out, okay? And we'll just continue the next day and however long it takes.
What would you be drinking for exactly? Like what would be the thing that makes you
when there are stolen assets on screen.
Oh god.
Take a drink.
Kill myself via drinking stream.
Yeah,
Yes,
literally
exactly.
just fucking kill yourself. That's what it's gonna be.
For everyone who doesn't
Jesus.
remember Lumbo the Lost by name, here's a picture. What game are these assets stolen from? This background, is that Gothic or something?
My favorite one is the one that's from Return to Castle Wolfenstein. It's a first-person shooter set during World War II, and it's actually stolen assets in there.
My favorite one is still the Oblivion ones, because I remember way back in the day on Steam, this game was one of the, like, recommended games, and, you know, they have the different, recommended areas on Steam. This popped up on there, and I clicked on it thinking, oh, what's this? I literally see Oblivion screenshots, and my brain was trying to comprehend, what the fuck am I looking... Why are there Oblivion screenshots in this game? Because it's just one of those things that's so absurdly fucking blatant, it's like, there's no way. There's no possible way. There's also the Keeper library from Thief 3.
Yep. There's the gatehouse from Enclave that's in there. It's like, oh my god. It is horrifyingly blatant.
Has someone gone through and, like, cataloged what all of the stolen assets are?
Probably. It's a wild ride, that's for sure. Alright.
Was this young man who turned into the world's worst human being. He was just bad. Ned Stark was always virtue-laden but thick.
We only get a season of him, though.
Dude, he's also not thick. He's playing to his own game. He doesn't realize that he has been dragged into the fight for the throne. He doesn't want the throne. He doesn't want any of this. He is an honorable man in a den of vipers.
Yes.
He's not thick. Okay? Like, Jesus Christ.
Ben Shapiro would like thick men.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, God.
But and also, as is pointed out, we don't get character growth and change from him because he only lasts 9 episodes.
Yeah, here's the thing. Episode 1 to episode 9 is like the span of 6 months to a year.
Yeah, it is an incredibly short time.
It is not a long time. The time span we're seeing in House of the Dragon is like, what, 15 years?
Yes. It is a significantly longer amount of time.
I'm going to tell you all right now, I'm a different person now than I was 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Fallout 3 was my favorite Fallout game. To put it into perspective.
15 years ago, I was in the Marines. So there you go.
And 15 years ago, I didn't look at media as critically as I do now.
Oh, 15 years ago, I was just out of the Marines. There you go.
I was very much the kind of person who was like, oh yeah, I like this, whatever, it's good. I like it. That means it's good. I was like that 15 years ago, because I didn't think about stuff the way I do now.
God, I hate that all of his examples are literally people that die in the first season. Or like, the first couple of seasons.
Yeah.
Like, fucking hell, dude.
People that
like,
don't live very long, either. It's like, dude, yeah, they're not around that long to change.
Yeah, we don't even really see anything of Joffrey till, like, season 2.
Yeah, because Joffrey is very sparse in season 1.
Yeah, he comes up, like, twice.
They show enough of him to show that he's a fucking arrogant brat, and then he puts on a show for people in public that, oh yeah, he's a nice boy, Sansa Stark thinks he's a very honorable and gallant knight. Well, not knight, but you know what I mean. He's going to be a knight and a king. Nah. Not true. 15 years ago, you were a snarky asshole, and you're still a snarky asshole. How do you know I was a snarky asshole 15 years ago? Did you know me back then?
Be weird if you did, yeah. Seth, how old are you exactly? You sound young. I'm 34.
I was just about to say, the FBI wants to know your location.
15 years ago, Creetosis was brand new to being a furry. No. Not a furry. Never was a furry.
I was just about to say no, because he's always been one.
Hey! God damn it.
Their characters were who they were. Robb was always, brave, bold young prince who's naive about the world. Like, you could name who they were.
He wasn't, okay. He wasn't naive about the world. In fact, he fucked up. He makes a big mistake. I don't want to go further into that because thankfully Ben Shapiro didn't go further into that. But he makes a big mistake. A very, very big mistake. And it will cost him.
Yeah.
But no, he was following in his father's footsteps. And his father always taught him to be an honorable and upstanding Northman.
Not only that, he was shown to be wise in some decisions he made. Like, yeah, he fucks up and makes mistakes, but a key moment in, was it season 1 or 2, where they capture the Lannister spy, and the spy says, I'm going to report back that you have 20,000 troops. And he's like, okay, yeah, you do that, and lets him go. And then he sends only 2,000 men down the road, while the rest of them cross at the Twins. And that's how they catch the Lannisters off guard. It's unfortunate that, like, he even says that it bothers him that he sacrificed those men, but it was an important move for him to make to win the battles he does.
Yeah, to completely rout the entire Lannister army. Just, it is devastating to the Lannisters.
Because he captures Jaime Lannister, too, from that.
Yep.
They were in one sentence. The big problem with House of the Dragon is that except for Viserys, who's pretty consistent and played by Paddy Considine, who actually gives the best performance in the show, everybody else.
Best performance in the show.
He definitely
does really good.
He definitely.
I'll say that.
Yeah, he definitely puts on a really amazing performance. I'd say it's between him and Matt Smith, personally.
Yeah, him and Matt Smith, and honestly, quite honestly, whoever plays Aemon Targaryen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
He's only in the show for like 2 or 3 episodes, but he just dominates every scene he's in.
Yeah, he is really, really good.
Especially in that last episode where it's like, oh shit, I fucked up.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it, but he
the
manages...
guy from Morbius Smith.
I don't know how they manage it, but he manages to, like, he just has that presence where you can't help but notice him in every scene he's in. Even when he's, like, not doing anything or he's in the background, your eyes are almost drawn to him. Yeah. Yeah. He is someone who comes across as extremely confident.
Yes. And rightfully so, by the way.
Well, after he gets his dragon, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah. And not just any dragon. The fact he got Vhagar is very important.
The largest living dragon.
Yes. Slowly starting to get up in size compared to Balerion, the Black Dread. And it's like, that.
Else, all over the place. So let's start with Daemon Targaryen. And so Matt Smith is magnetic on screen. He's terrific in the show. Also, Daemon Targaryen's character makes no sense. So he starts off...
What? What do you mean it makes no sense?
You're going to have to do a lot of work to justify this.
Yeah, I looked at the chat to read something, and then I heard that, and I just immediately was like, what? Suka says, Such, I know Marines are a little bit different from the Army and National Guard, but I want to know your role in the Corps. By the way, it's CORPS for Marine Corps. My best friend is a combat medic, by the way. I was originally going to be a tanker at first. My recruiter promptly said I was the dumbest smart person he had ever met because of my because of all my ASVAB testing and everything. I actually should have gone officer candidacy school. I really should have. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. Young and dumb. And I instead at least got it changed to data systems and network technician for the Marine Corps. Unfortunately, I got medically discharged before I could fill that post, so I'm still suffering from the medical discharge injury today, which is why my lifting and with my left shoulder is so bad. Marines aren't different, they're special.
Anyways, yeah, he's gonna have to do a lot of work to justify Daemon Targaryen not making sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Performance in the show. Everybody else is all over the place. So let's start with Daemon Targaryen. And so Matt Smith is magnetic on screen. He's terrific in the show. Also, Daemon Targaryen's character makes no sense. So he starts off, he's happy that Viserys has a boy who dies and that his wife dies because it presumably makes him heir to the throne. So he wants...
You are skipping a lot of in between there. Holy
yes.
shit.
Like, whoa, what the fuck?
And
again, it's because he's not really happy that he died. Like, he was more, like, thinking of himself there, and he didn't understand the weight of the decision that Viserys made. He'll learn later when he is faced with the same decision. But again, he's young, brash, he hates. He is chafing under peace times. He needs conflict. Daemon Targaryen is somebody, he is one of those people that is made for war.
Yeah.
That is where he thrives. That is what he wants. That is what he needs.
Just joined. Watching a shitty review of House of the Dragon? I can now confidently say yes.
Yes.
Like, even in the scene where they're burning the bodies for the funeral pyres, I don't know how you get that Daemon Targaryen is happy about the death, because it seems to be affecting him, and he even says to Rhaenyra, your father needs you now more than ever.
Yeah.
That for me, that kills the argument that he's happy about the child's death. It's later on in the brothel where it's like, well, yeah, this he seems hesitant to give his speech, but it seems like it's going to his head. It's like, yeah, I'm the heir again. If anything happens to my brother, I'll be the next king. I'm not going to fault the character for being excited at the prospect of being king.
I will fault him, though. Again, this is one thing in the show I despise, that he killed his fucking wife. That is stupid.
Yeah, but that's unrelated to what we're talking about here. That is the big inconsistent thing with his character. The rest throughout seems pretty consistent to me.
Yeah, which is why that is thrown in such stark contrast, because it's so inconsistent.
He wants the power. It's the thing that he wants the most of all. He wants the power. He goes and he fights a war, specifically, in order to gain the power. And then
what?
No, he fights the war not to gain the power, but to prove himself, to earn titles in battle and conflict.
Yeah, God, I don't know how you could have misunderstood that battle so much. The moment he gets a letter from Viserys saying, I understand this war you're fighting, I'm going to send however many troops to help you out to win this battle, to take out the crab feeder, Matt Smith rows a boat well, Daemon Targaryen, you know what I mean, rows a boat alone to go face them off, risking his life to lure them out of the cave so the rest of the army can come in and take them out when they're not expecting it. And he goes in and kills the crab feeder and drags half of his corpse out, covered in blood, as his, like, yes, I have proven myself. I can do it.
Yeah. And he earned a lot of respect for it as well.
Yeah. Love your Saints video. Thank you, it's much appreciated.
And then when he comes back, brother in any way, he sort of bends
that skipped for me.
the throne. So he wants the power. It's the thing that he wants the most of all. He wants the power. He goes and he fights a war, specifically, in order to gain the power. And then when he comes back, he doesn't challenge his brother in any way. He sort of bends the knee to his brother. So he has this love-hate relationship.
What? He doesn't challenge his brother.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to kill him.
Yeah,
the whole point is that he wants his respect.
Yes.
What the fuck is this?
This is why it's
wants
such a
to
good
be back
moment
with his
when he
brother.
walks in and he takes off the crown and hands it to Viserys. This is yours. They crown me the king of the Narrow Sea, but this belongs to you.
There can be only one king in Westeros.
Yes.
And even before he does that, he threw the crab feeder's hammer and said, "Add it to the chair." Again, a victory, a sign of their conquest and victory, and yet his respect for Viserys as king.
Yeah, because I don't know where you, like, yeah, Daemon Targaryen wants the power. He doesn't want to kill his brother for that power.
Yeah.
Otto sows that as a seed of, like, oh, well, your brother might, well, he doesn't say outright that his brother might want to kill him, but he's sowing those seeds to plant that distrust in Viserys against Daemon, to split them apart, because they are actually stronger together. Daemon Targaryen is right. Had you made me the hand of the king, things would be going better for us, because Otto is a cunt!
Yep, and he's entirely correct.
I just don't know how you watch this show and come away thinking Daemon wants to kill Viserys. That the whole point of everything was to go challenge him for the throne. Like, yeah, Daemon wants the throne, but he's not going to kill his brother for it.
Yeah. He loves his brother. And he really loves his niece.
Yeah, more so the longer the show goes on.
Yes.
Happy accident while filming. The crown wasn't supposed to fall, but while practicing the scene, it fell and Matt Smith improvised the scene. Yeah, I heard that was during rehearsals that the crown fell, and that's where they came up with the idea. And I'm so fucking glad it did, because that moment just worked so well. That is the perfect representation of reconciliation between the two.
Yep.
It is such a good moment.
Oh, God. And it is, too, because as he stumbles and everything, and he goes to look for the crown that fell, exacerbated and everything, he gets it handed to him, and you just see the mournful look on Daemon's face as he gives him the crown.
Not just that, but the whole, I said I don't need help, and then he sees it's Daemon, and he accepts it. They have that moment of...
And Daemon even responds with, "I know, but he helps him anyways." It's so fucking good.
Especially when you take into consideration, too, because I think this is an easy thing to look over. Viserys is in an incredible amount of pain during that scene, because they've already established at this point he is in constant mind-numbing pain if he's not on Milk of the Poppy. And he specifically said he's not going to take Milk of the Poppy.
Because it dulls the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get how he could have got this. It makes no fucking sense to me. Because there's the whole thing with, like, okay, the whole Night's Watch City's Guard thing didn't work out because...
The gold cloaks.
It's like... Yeah, the gold cloaks actually kind of hurt his reputation amongst the council and his brother. And
Which is, again, it's a change in the books I'm not really a fan of. Personally,
Yeah,
they do a lot of good changes from the books though too. But that's one of the ones I'm really not a fan of because the Gold Cloaks, like, it did that over an extended period of time. They just shortened that to being like one night of excessive policing. It's like, good God.
yeah, but it makes it seem, it portrays that he wants to do something. You know, it's like he's not content to just sit around and do nothing, and he wants the approval of his brother, but doesn't know how to do it. Which, going on this campaign and killing the crab feeder is his way of doing that. Is his way of proving, see, I'm not useless. I'm actually really good at this shit if you would just fucking let me.
Yeah.
And yeah, he proves himself, and he comes back. He comes back victorious, and his brother accepts that, and he's like, "Yeah, you did a really good job." It's like, it's how they start their reconciliation with each other. It's like, how do you not get that? What the fuck? I just don't get where he gets like, wow, the whole point was that he wanted to become king and that this was to challenge him. And then when he goes back, he doesn't even try to kill his fucking brother. What the hell?
We also completely misunderstands the point of going after the crab feeder wasn't to gain power. Why do you think... What about that entire part of the show makes you think, oh, this was him gaining power? I don't get it. My favorite Viserys quote is, "I will not lose my mind. I must set things right." Yeah, it's... I really like Viserys' character.
I don't know if the leprosy thing was... I don't know if that was a good change or not. Because in the books, he just kind of... it's more emphasized that he has a heart attack because he's so overweight in the books. He doesn't really take care of himself that much because he's so worried about everything else. And so he has a moment where he's weak and everything, and he says... I can't remember exactly what he says to a servant, and then as she leaves the room, he takes his last breath, and he just can't take another one, and he just passes away.
Well, I haven't read the book, but I absolutely like the way it's portrayed here because it's the slow deterioration of him over time. It almost seems to be that this is what ruling is doing to him. It's fucking rotting him while he's alive.
Yeah.
While he's trying to keep everything together.
They have the same thing in the books, because he stops going to council meetings, stuff like that. He becomes a lot slower. He finds it harder to go up the stairs and everything like that. You know, he is obviously deteriorating as well. I guess the show doing it in a more visual way than just the obvious health risk. You know, if you're completely overweight, you're not doing anything, you're not eating well. You know, you're lamenting and constantly worrying about everything, and that's just playing on your health. But yeah. So, like I said, I don't know on the whole leprosy thing. I don't know. Because, yeah. Great special effects, though, for what they did do for it, though.
Oh,
Holy
yeah,
shit.
especially that scene at the end where he's missing the eye, he takes off the mask, and part of the flesh on his cheek is gone, so you could see, like, the muscles and the bone of his jaw.
Yep. Really good effect.
With his to be king, but he doesn't want to be king, but he wants to have the power, but he doesn't want to have the power. And him sort of bending the knee to his niece is particularly weird because he's way older than she is, and he thinks of himself as a warfighter, whereas Rhaenyra demonstrates very few qualities up until she becomes queen that actually make her worthy of being queen, other than she's the daughter of her father. In fact,
he still wants her and loves her, and this is the Targaryen thing. They've been marrying family to family for a long time. It's where there's a whole ordeal before Viserys and before Viserys' father Jaehaerys was king of the whole exceptionalism. They had to spread exceptionalism through the Seven Kingdoms because otherwise there was a horrific jihad against the Targaryens for a while. Abigail Shapiro joke.
No! We're going to avoid that! Him having leprosy was a brilliant change. It's both tragic and unavoidable, which is better than him dying from being a fat ass. That I will agree with, because if you're eating poorly, that's something you can change. If you're becoming fat, that's something you could change. Like, obviously he didn't in the books, but the point is, if you take the effort, that's something you could change. With the leprosy, that train has left the station. You can't stop it.
I disagree, because it's made clear that this is happening because of his constant worries and fits and the vultures circling around him at all times. So it's him trying to cope with the throne constantly weighing on him. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, so to speak. And his way to cope is to just eat and revel and stuff like that as much as he can and try to be jovial and happy because he's being crushed under the weight of it.
I could see that argument, but I still prefer the show.
For visual medium, I think leprosy is more effective at portraying it and communicating it more quickly. But yeah, hopefully they won't skip out on showing, like, because they didn't for Robert Baratheon, but hopefully they won't skip out on showing a certain future ruler as being a lard ass, because that would be amusing.
In fact, she's unlikable. Young Rhaenyra is a hormonal teenager who refuses to abide by the duties of her job. Viserys keeps saying, like, there's what you want to do and there's what you need to do, and these are not the same thing. And she's like, well, I want to do what I want to do. And this means I'm going to go with my uncle to a brothel and get felt up by him. And it means that I'm going to have sex with my Knight's Guard dude. This is not the behavior that you'd want from your queen. Like, if you're going to name...
One is Kingsguard, but... Yeah, no, again, she's being rebellious and horny because she's young and dumb. That's the fucking point. Well,
she was after Christian Cole.
Yeah, that's.
It's just like, yeah, she's not thinking. She's obsessed with herself. She's not thinking about the realm.
Is he actually going to say it's a bad thing that she changed from that to what she is now? She should have always been that way.
We don't know.
I swear to God.
It is sounding like a criticism, because it kind of skipped for me, but it sounded like he said she's unlikable. If that's what he said, I don't fully agree with that. There's definitely criticisms of her when she's younger, but the way the show portrays it, you can almost kind of see the position she's in. As other people in the show point out, it's like, you're in a really good position that a lot of people would probably kill for if they could.
Yes.
Where her perspective is, I've got all this responsibility, and this is not something I ever asked for. This is not something I want.
Yep.
At least early on, she obviously changes to want the throne, but you know what I mean.
Yes. She is currently in a phase of her life where she's just emotional constantly, and she's being torn in multiple different directions. And she doesn't understand what her duties and stuff are, because she's young. Oh, God. I read that comment in chat.
People who think dying of obesity was a better choice are fans of Halo Reach. How does it feel to be a fan of Halo Reach, Setch?
No, I disagree with that. That is a completely wild statement. Like, holy shit, what is your evidence for that?
It makes sense to me that those two would be connected. It makes perfect sense. Pagan, what do do?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of... It's pretty hard to argue with that logic, man. It's pretty solid.
Sit on it and spin.
Later.
No.
Oh, God.
Characteristics you want in a ruler, she embodied virtually none of them. And then by the end of the show, just stick with Rhaenyra for a second. By the end of the show, suddenly Rhaenyra is really good at queening, right?
No, she's not suddenly good. There's a pretty good amount of time from when she goes from being a stuck-up bitch that only cares about herself to becoming a half-decent queen. There's a lot of build-up between that you're skipping.
I definitely wouldn't say she's really good at it at the end either.
Yeah, I wouldn't say she's good at it either. She makes some pretty bad fuck-ups.
Again, the House Baratheon thing is a pretty great example that she's not actually that great of a queen yet.
Yeah, she's just expecting loyalty with no offers.
Yes.
That's not how it's going to work at this point. You have to fight for your alliances.
Yep. Especially because the Greens came with an offer to put the Baratheons in the royal family. Holy shit, yes.
Yeah. And keep in mind, too, that even after the big time jump where we get this version of Rhaenyra, there's still multiple time jumps after that as her kids get older and older during that time. So she has a lot of time to start learning how to be a ruler, and like she's leading Dragonstone as it is, it seems. So she's going to be getting that experience. Like
she has officially been designated the Prince of Dragonstone.
Princess.
And yes, I do use Prince. It is very specifically Prince of Dragonstone. That is the title.
Yeah. After she gets her kids, you can really start to see where she starts to change. She becomes a lot more humble as she gets smacked around a bit. Because, she's not just being treated as like, oh, the king's little princess. You know, it's not that anymore. It's more like, you're a fucking whore.
You're a rival to Trueborn, because everybody, as gets brought up multiple times, everybody has fucking eyes.
Yeah.
They know that her three sons are not Trueborn heirs.
Yeah.
They know it.
Yeah, they know that they're bastards, and
yes,
she was not faithful and all this other stuff. And it's like, yeah, it tears her down. It withers away her bitchiness, I guess you could say, just the brattiness of her. It just withers it away, and you can start to see her change to become a little bit more humble. Not exactly smarter, but definitely more humble.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in some ways, she's absolutely more responsible. Obviously not in the big way, but in other ways, she's a more responsible character than she was when she was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her children are bastards! And their mother is a whore. That is such an amazing moment.
His tongue.
Yeah, I fucking love that shit. I'm gonna take your tongue for that. And it's like, he can keep his tongue.
The first time I saw that scene, I rewound it twice to watch it again, because holy shit, that is such a cool fucking moment.
Yeah. Yep. Just fucking half decapitates him, just right from the fucking mouth. Just, it's so good.
Yep. I actually feel bad for that character, too, because he does seem like a more honorable and decent person, and he is absolutely justified to be fucking
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. He's 100% justified to be pissed off that these bastards are going to take his family name and his family home from his family.
Yeah, there's not a single drop of Valyrian blood that will continue.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck?
And he gets a haircut. A little too much hair.
No, it's where you gotta shave, only the barber went a little deep.
Yeah.
Right, Rhaenyra the crown, and despite the fact that she has dramatically undermined her own credibility, she's amazing at it, right? So she marries her husband, Valerian, who is gay, and then she has a bunch of kids, not just like one kid with a white dude named Strong. She has like 3 kids with that dude. This is one of the problems, by the way, with casting the Valerians as black, is it destroys all semblance of plausible deniability for...
No, it doesn't. Okay, that's the point. In the books, yes, the Valerians were white as well. In the books, absolutely. But it was one of those things of, if you didn't get a good look at them closely enough, or, you know, you just thought their hair color was off or something like that, that's fine. You know, from a distance, they could play the role. But the court knew, because they could see the children up close, and they didn't look a thing like their father, their supposed father. So, here, it's just for the audience, so the audience is made hilariously aware that she obviously has not had children with him. And everybody is aware. Everybody in universe is in on it. Viserys is the only one, through sheer, like, bloody-mindedness, that refuses to accept that it's happened.
Yeah.
It's just woof.
Near it, right? She can claim, well, you know, this, it really is legit. Like, everyone can see the kid's not legit. Everybody can see that the kid is a strong. Like, what, you think everyone around you is unbelievably stupid? Like,
No. They all know it.
Everyone calls it out.
That's the point in episode 7. Who told you they're bastards? It was my brother. And who told you? Just look at them.
It's obvious. Yeah.
Everyone knows.
And that was the point in the Tower of the Hand as well. When she sneaks in and she overhears the Strongs talking to each other and is like, I have eyes, boy. I know. The only reason that your head is not mounting one of those spikes on the wall is because Viserys is choosing to ignore it. By this single thread alone, you are still alive.
Like, the show lays it out so absurdly blatantly, I genuinely don't know how you can miss it and come to this conclusion.
Yeah, it feels like he wasn't actually watching the show. It feels like he was skimming it.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, because he's missing some, like, blatant... not just this, but multiple blatant, like, things in the show that are just extremely obvious.
I wonder if he was doing the 2-monitor thing where... Okay, I'll watch this Game of Thrones show because I'm going to do a review video for it, so I'll put it on my second monitor. While my primary monitor, I'm keeping up with the news or writing something for a book or an article for the website or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
At this point, that's the only way I can think off the top of my head to explain how he's missing such fucking obvious things. Like, this isn't something that's implied or is telegraphed and you're expected to connect the dots. The show literally tells you outright multiple fucking times that everyone knows. Because there's not just the 2 scenes we've already mentioned. There's a scene of Alicent going to Viserys saying, you know, once is a mistake, 3 times is an insult.
Yes.
And he's saying, oh, we've broached the subject many times. We're not to talk about it anymore. Stop bringing it up to me. And then
this is just wild.
And then again, there's a scene between Rhaenys and Corlys Velaryon, where they're both talking about how the children aren't legit, and how Velaryon is doing as cope. It's the name that matters. History remembers names, not bloodlines.
Yeah, which is insane. Even Rhaenyra's, she's like, fucking really?
Yeah.
You were the sea snake, for God's sakes. Like, come on.
So, we've just pointed out 4 scenes where this is blatantly stated. Like, between the characters and to the audience. This is... I genuinely don't know how you missed this.
Even to the point that the children themselves question it as well. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
even the kids...
The 5th scene highlighting this important fact. What's his name? Strong. I forget his first name. Doesn't matter. He's leaving. And he's like, Jacaerys is like, oh, he's our father, isn't he? And Rhaenyra's freaking out because, holy shit, do not say that out loud.
Yeah. And what? It's true. And it's like, son, don't say that.
Yeah.
If anybody overheard you, fucking hell.
So there's 5 scenes that we remember that make it blatantly clear what's going on here, that everyone knows. The children know, the grandparents know, the queen knows, the king is trying to ignore it, but he knows.
Deep down, yeah, he knows.
Man,
This isn't something where, like, they're trying to hide it. It's like, yeah, no, they just made it more blatantly obvious how fucked this situation is. Okay?
I just hate how he's like framing it, where it's like, oh, do you think we're so stupid we wouldn't notice? No, you're supposed to notice. That's the point. It's literally a plot point.
Yes.
It's literally a plot point that they are not the fucking right, that they're not the actual bloodline. That's the whole fucking point. What do you mean?
Not just a plot point, it's one of the most major plot points in the entire show.
Exactly. I don't get it. It's so bad. Like, how could you be this shit at reviewing something?
Yeah.
Let's just say, hypothetically, Ben just sort of forgot to pay attention.
I think he did.
It has to be, because, like, if you miss one of these scenes, okay, fine, whatever, but to miss all 5 of them where they blatantly state it, man, I just don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I just remembered the 6th scene. Oh, the queen wants to see the baby. Oh, maybe one day you'll get one that looks like you.
Yep.
Yeah.
As Viserys says, I do believe he has this father's nose. It's like, and you can tell even Corlys Valyrian's like, what? No.
That wasn't Corlys. That was his son.
It begins with a C as well, and I can't remember what his name is.
Yeah, I'm forgetting what his name is off the top of my head too.
Yeah.
So yeah, the more scenes we remember where this is blatantly stated and like presented to the audience, the worse this gets for Ben.
Absolutely.
The arrogant to sire a child of the color that is not your husband's and then claim them as legitimate heir is really astonishing, right? And puts Viserys in a really bad position. So Rhaenyra is constantly making bad decision after bad decision up until the point she becomes queen. And then she becomes queen and suddenly she's amazing at this. Suddenly.
No, she's not.
Though.
Did you watch the last episode? Did you see what she fucking did?
All right. Like, you could summarize this and just prove the point wrong. She sends her children, the heirs to the throne, on Dragonback to go get alliances. We see one of these attempts being made. Hey, I expect you to fight on our side. I offer you nothing. And then what happens when little Luke tries to come back? He gets fucking destroyed by a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Like... Oh god,
it pissed off the Baratheon so much that he actually called her your bitch of a mother.
Yeah.
And it's like, Jesus Christ, you need to understand how much you just fucking insulted the Baratheons. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Like, not, and I don't mean Luke. Luke is innocent in this. I'm talking to her. Rhaenyra needs to understand how much you just insulted the Baratheons.
Yeah, she's not a good queen. She's not good at it. She constantly fucks up. Her becoming more modest did not make her a good queen.
Yeah, and granted, she's going against Aegon II, who is, as we've seen, a bit of a fucking weirdo. Let's just say, this is not going to be a moment of House Targaryen's best.
Yeah. Especially when everything is said and done, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, knowing how all of this ends is oof. I feel very sorry for how this all is going to end.
Yeah.
Suddenly she's acting seriously about how do I hold the realm together. She takes her duty incredibly seriously. There have been very few indicators that this is who Rhaenyra is the entire show. So
I'm going to disagree with that. Like I said, her cheating on her husband is absolutely her being irresponsible, but after the time jump, she is absolutely seen to be more mature and responsible about many other things in her life.
Yes.
Especially once she gets her kids, because she realizes, like, it's not just my life I'm playing with here. It's like all of my kids' lives will be snuffed out if I fuck this up. I need to stop thinking about myself all the time and start thinking about my kids, which she still fucks that up, but...
Yeah, and what's insane is also, if you listen to her, she talks about how she tried. They both tried to have and do things the proper way. It just didn't work. They tried multiple times to have a true-born heir, and it just didn't work.
Yep.
And it was actually because he swore to her, later, he swore that he was done with this. He needed to be the king that she needs. He needed to be the father that his children, air quotes, need. That is what makes her decide to spare him during the plot to kill off House Valerian's heir.
It just reminds me of that scene from Game of Thrones where oh god, why am I forgetting her name? The Tyrell girl. Oh god. Marjorie Tyrell.
Yes!
Reminds me of the scene where she's trying to get it on with Renly and he's just not into it, and she's just like, oh, well, you can pretend I'm a boy, or I can bring my brother in to help you out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It doesn't matter so long as, all we have to do is produce an heir. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, it isn't complicated here.
Yeah. She does not give a fuck. She's like, I just need you to come in here. I don't care how it happens. Just do it.
We just need a semen strike to the baby hanger. That's it.
Jesus Christ.
I don't care if you need to artificially inseminate me. Just get that fucking jizz out of your body, goddammit.
Yeah. And into mine.
That's definitely one way of putting it.
That is really a problem. If you saw the transition over a small gap in time where maybe her father's death changes her, right? Maybe they start the season when she's an adult, and she is irresponsible, right? She married her uncle. By the way, they make some moves in the show deliberately in order to make Rhaenyra not totally unlikable that are not in the book. So, for example, her husband gets dispatched with alacrity, my understanding is, in the book. In this one, they sort of...
No. Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you this. In the book, so now I know Ben Shapiro didn't read the book. In the book, there are multiple accounts of how this could have happened. They aren't sure. And it is very vague if he is or is not actually dead. Because it's a body with the head burned. Like, it's very difficult to tell if it is actually him or not.
Similar to how it's done in the show.
Yes. Now, what the historians in the book say is it could be him. It could absolutely be him. What we see is what we get. It is actually him dead.
Well, actually...
But they also offer...
If we're going by the historical account, then of course the historians would think he's dead, because that was the whole point of the plot in the first place.
No, actually. Because this historical is looking back even further to, is he dead in this moment? Because this is one of those vital moments that is going to shape how this conflict is going to go. Like, this is insanely important to the Civil War that's coming.
Yeah.
And so they have 3 different options, and they come from 3 different sources. One of them is that what we see is what we get. It is indeed his body, and he did get burned when he died. Then there's one where it was a plot, and it wasn't him. He just got tired of all this and fucking outed and decided to join the faith instead. He was done with all this bullshit. He realized his wife was unfaithful to him, and he couldn't fucking take it anymore. And he just washed his hands up and said, no, that's it for me, dog, I'm good, and left. Obviously not in that way, but that's what is implied by the Septa's point of view. And then Mushroom is the one that posits that, no, this was actually a plot, and he ran off with his lover, who he was having the quarrel to fight with to begin with. And so that, yeah, that there was a ship waiting for him. Most people are pretty confident, though, that he is actually dead because of where the fight took place. It wasn't in the Hall of Driftmark. It was more in the open with more witnesses, and then things happened. So yeah. So a lot more. There's more evidence towards that. Yeah, he's probably fucking dead.
But it's not 100% sure thing.
It's not a sure thing. No. So that's why it's okay that he gets away in this, because that is one of the potentials. Is that, and even Mushroom even names it was probably Daemon Targaryen that set this whole thing up.
Also, Duncan McCockiner in chat said, Cree, can you snodled, I think he means slonold, Ben Shapiro. It might be funny to hear something he says in slow motion, like they did with, like EFAP did with Tonold, Downward Thrust. We'll see if we could get something that's particularly fitting for that.
Yeah.
Exile his gay lover, which 100% would not happen in an ancient kingdom. I'm sorry, not a real thing. And also, why would Daemon go along with that? Daemon's one of the most brutal characters in the show, and he's like, no, we must allow this gay couple to escape to another like, very, very weird move. Well, folks.
It wasn't a weird move. He got what he wanted out of the situation, regardless. Him going into exile doesn't matter if he literally doesn't want the throne, and it's clear that he doesn't want the throne.
And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, how it's so out of character that he kills his wife. Yes. I'd say it's more in character to go through with the plot of not killing, the ex-husband dude.
Yeah.
I'd say it's more in line with his character to not kill him, because him killing his wife is so out of left field that it just doesn't fit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Folks, we'll get to Game of Thrones House of the Dragon in just one moment. Everyone in that show is having a lot of problems getting the respect and title they deserve, but you have no such problems, because in your title pack, even couples packs that come with adjoining plots not only in Scotland but around the planet, 100 people purchase a title pack using my exclusive link, receive a plot within a few. Transition in Rhaenyra makes no sense. This is paralleled by the transition in Alicent. So Alicent, played as a young woman by Emily Carey in a very good performance, and then Olivia Cook, who also gives a good performance, but they're two separate characters. Okay, so Emily Carey, when she is young, is virtue-driven, duty-bound, right? She's supposed to contrast with Rhaenyra, who's headstrong and emotion-bound, and Emily is doing exactly what her dad says, which makes her, by the way, a better regent in many ways than Rhaenyra would be. Rhaenyra would be unpredictable. She would do volatile things. Alicent is going to do what she thinks is best for the realm. And so she goes to Viserys, and she's the one who has to take on all the duties. I mean, she's like a kid. She's 16, 17 years old, and she's forced into an arranged marriage with this 45-year-old king.
Okay. Oliver? Hightower, Otto. Oh, I said Oliver. Otto Hightower knows that if he tries to arrange this, it will be seen as a power play by everybody else in the realm.
Yes.
Everybody will know it.
It has to be Viserys liking her out of his own will.
Yes. And he knows already that Alicent, not out of duty or anything like that, Alicent is very compatible with Viserys already. They very much like similar things, and they're very like-minded. They will get along with each other. All he does is he pushes her. He's like, go meet with him and wear your mother's dress. And then he leaves it to her, because he knows that she genuinely likes to read. She likes the histories, and she is a kind person. In the book, she lets power go to her head, but we won't get to that point. Yeah, so again, if it's not an arranged marriage at all. In fact, the arranged marriage is this is what causes the problem here in the show.
Yeah, because
there is an arranged marriage set up for this.
Well, it's not fully arranged yet. It's an offer at this point. But the fact that the fact that Viserys goes for her is spurning the other relationship. I'll be right back. I have to take a call.
Okay. Do you want us to continue?
Too late.
Oh, yeah, dang.
I like how he says, I like how Ben Shapiro says, like, oh, a gay lover in Ancient Kingdom, that would never happen. It's like, oh, so you just don't know anything about Greece or Roman history at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, what the fuck do you mean that would never happen? It was actually pretty common back then.
They also make it clear in the books that this happens a lot. A lot. They have the pillow rooms. And yeah, we'll get into that. Alexander the Great, Sparta moment. Weren't Spartans? Yes.
Yeah, it's why I can't believe he would say something like that. Of like, oh, that would never happen. It's like my brother in Christ. That is literally fucking history. That happens all the time. It's weird how much it happens. It's written into the Bible, for fuck's sake, that it's like, oh yes, because all these kingdoms had such, degenerate desires, that's why God struck them down and stuff like that. It's like, that's literally where that shit comes from in the Bible. Why are you sitting here saying, well, that would never happen in a kingdom? They would never have gay lovers. What do you mean? It happened all the time.
Yeah. Welcome back, Cree.
Hi. You missed my rant.
I caught some of it, not the beginning of it.
Yeah.
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 Alright.
It was kind of gross. And then she's having babies by him, presumably to solidify the line of the kingdom. And meanwhile, Viserys is still sticking with Rhaenyra for no reason that you can really imagine. Like, his failure to just decrown Rhaenyra and put it on Aegon in the first place is very weird. It's very strange.
She's his daughter, and he said, you are going to be queen no matter what. You are my heir. I'm not spurning Daemon, because she believes he's spurning Daemon. He means it 100%. You are my heir. I haven't paid as much attention to you as I should have, because I was wanting a son, but you are what's important.
Yes, and he even admits he did waver at one time, and in fact, we get to see when he wavered. When it was the great hunt of Aegon's second name day.
Yeah, when he was standing in front of the bonfire?
Yeah, because they thought it was going to be a white hart. Right? They thought it was going to be this insanely rare, the king of the forest, if they hunted it, and it was on Aegon's name day, that is a pretty good sign of the god's favor. And then it turned out it wasn't a white hart. Which you can see how deflated he is. And then when he is brought back up, he becomes more, not so much animated, but he sits up in his chair more when he sees Rhaenyra bringing back the boar that was killed with blood on her. Like, good lord. That's what re-solidified his commitment that she is the heir. Oh yeah, there's a lot of gay lovers in the Game of Thrones universe. In the Song of Ice and Fire universe, there's a lot.
If Viserys' thing is, I want to maintain the kingdom, the thing he ought to do is that, right? But he doesn't do that.
Yeah,
he thinks,
okay.
By all the lords swearing that they'll obey Rhaenyra, that she's going to be the true queen, he thinks that's going to hold the realm together.
Yes.
He's maybe a little bit naive.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least in that regard.
As it gets brought up by Rhaenys.
Which, again, weird to...
As gets brought up by Rhaenys, oh yeah, make sure you remind the lords of that when you're filling their cups. That they swore an oath to you.
Yeah.
And it's even more clear later on is like, honey, the people that swore the oath to you, a lot of them are fucking dead. Just from old age.
Yeah, because, for example, when... There's actually two examples. The old Lord Baratheon that we see in the early show, he isn't the Lord of Storm's End at the end of the show. So there's one. During all the lords coming to King's Landing to swear fealty to Rhaenyra, that she's the true heir, we see an old Lord Stark. But when they send Jacaerys to the Riverlands and to the north, she says, yeah, the Lord of Winterfell is a young boy like you, meaning that old lord died, and then the current lord is a young man, clearly. Like, a kid, pretty much.
Well, I'll have to see how they do it, because that's not how it is in the book. Well, we'll see what happens.
I at this point, I don't really care how they did it in the book. I'm talking about the show.
No, I know, but we'll have to see how it happens, because it won't make sense. Like, the show's gonna have to explain how they're not gonna pull a fucking Baratheon against the Starks as well.
Okay.
So I need to see the next season to see where this goes, because if you do make Cregan Stark young, like boy age, you're gonna need to fucking change a few other things. Desperately need to change them. Otherwise, it's gonna be, well, they're a bitch unlike the Baratheons. It's like, okay, that's fucking dumb. Now, he didn't say they didn't exist, but he said you're gonna let him go into exile with his gay lover. That wouldn't happen. It's like,
I disagree. I think stuff like that would probably happen.
Yeah. He didn't say that they never existed or anything like that, but no, I absolutely believe that would happen.
At the very least, the show sets it up well enough that I can believe it would happen within the world of Westeros.
Yeah.
Or whatever their planet is called. I know Westeros is the continent, but you know what I mean. The world of Game of Thrones.
I actually don't know what they call the planet.
They might not have a name for it.
Decision by... But to get back to Alicent, she is innocent. She is forced into this position by her dad. By the time we get to the second half of the show,
No, she's not forced into the position by her dad. He pushes her in that direction, and she makes her own choices.
Yeah.
It's not forcing.
She has into one of the worst characters in the show. Now she is scheming and conniving and terrible. And she's doing all of this, presumably in order to crown her kids, in order to preserve their lives, not because she wants to unify the kingdom or thinks that that's a good idea, but because she's afraid that Rhaenyra is going to kill all of her kids, but she knows Rhaenyra. In fact,
it's actually a very good fucking fear for her to have. That
yes.
Because literally, again, I don't know how you missed this, you are the challenge! Just by existing, they are a challenge to the throne. The show sets up this dynamic very clearly. Rhaenyra is named the true heir after his firstborn son dies, because he has no one else. He has to name someone, and Daemon fucked up. He doesn't want Daemon to be king because he was celebrating himself. So when Alicent has her son, everyone assumes, oh, so Rhaenyra has lost this position. She's a downgrade in her station. She, you know, the riches of Lannisport will help you with your loss of station, whatever. Point is, everyone assumes that now that he has a true-born son, that is going to be the king. That is the heir. And he has to remind them, oh, have I said the son is going to be the heir? Have I rescinded Rhaenyra's claim to the throne? No, I haven't. Again, this is something they make a point out of numerous times.
Yep. And they also, keep in mind, what just happened before Viserys. Jaehaerys didn't have a trueborn son anymore. And it was a choice between his nephew or his daughter. And the realm chose overwhelmingly for the nephew.
Yeah.
This is a big problem. Because they know Viserys doesn't. He's not thinking about this clearly. But everybody else knows the realm is more likely to want Aegon on the throne, not Rhaenyra. Because that is what the Great Council showcased beforehand.
Yeah. That was the whole point of starting the show with that Great Council, with the determination that Viserys would be king, rather than starting the show after he had already become king. And again, he keeps saying, you know, just start it when Rhaenyra's an adult. We don't need all these early... We do. Everything in those early episodes is important to establishing who these characters are and why they act the way they do.
My apologies. How to Greens is correct. It's first son's daughter versus second son's son, actually. Yeah, there you go. My apologies. In truth, Rhaenys would have more of a claim to the throne by logic of succession, because she is the first son's daughter. But yeah, the realm, like, it was embarrassingly lopsided, which is probably the only reason why the realm didn't collapse into civil war right then and there too.
Yeah. Also, it's not just Rhaenyra that's the threat; it's also everyone around her. So Daemon is a threat. Her kids could end up being a threat. It's not just her. So, like, because I could sort of see where he's going to go with this. It's like, oh, but she knows Rhaenyra. She knows Rhaenyra wouldn't do that. It's like, okay. Does she know Daemon wouldn't do that? Does she know that none of her kids would do that to get the throne?
This is also the thing, too, is she doesn't know Rhaenyra would do that, because so many years have gone by, and there is such a rift between them. Both women don't know if the other would actually let them live or not. They are not friends anymore.
Yep. It is not the good old days anymore.
Yeah, so it's weird to me that he's literally trying to pull the fucking "but you know her" card. It's like, people change.
In fact, the whole point of the season is that people change. That's something he's complaining about.
Yeah. He's literally complaining that the plot happens. Like, how else would any of this happen unless they change? It's literally just, oh, well, I just wish that everyone had stayed the same and everything worked out hunky-dory. It's like, okay, so you just don't want to show then.
Yeah.
You know, Pagan, don't you think it would have been better if in Game of Thrones, Daenerys decided she didn't want the throne, she's happy living with Drogo, and he doesn't die, and Robert doesn't get drunk and die to the boar. He you know, with the help of Ned, he becomes more sober, more of a responsible king, and the land rules peacefully for decades, and nothing happens. Wouldn't that be a better show?
It honestly probably would have been a better show.
I would change one
how
thing
it
about
ends.
that. I would change one thing about that. And because Eddard fixes Robert is more willing to listen to counsel, and Stannis proves that Joffrey is bastards. So now the battle becomes against the Crown versus the Lannisters.
Yeah.
That could be... I would genuinely like to see what that alternative timeline would be.
Yeah. Creetosis,
in the books, Stannis is the one that gets all the proof, and Eddard is following in Stannis' footsteps through the investigation. And Stannis already knew all this. He didn't need to be told that Joffrey is clearly a bastard. Stannis knew. That's why he left King's Landing before any of this happened, because he fucking knew.
Creetosis, I just wonder, are you going to cover my video or not? No, fuck off, attention seeker.
In fact, she has a sense of justice at the end of the show. So again, none of that makes a whole hell of a lot. And she becomes incredibly corrupt. By the end of the show, she's like sitting there and giving foot fetish pleasure to Lyris Strong. Right?
Yeah,
okay,
foot
it
guy
isn't
is weird. She's using what tools she has to her advantage to keep her and her children alive.
And it's also clear that she's terrified of Clubfoot, because Clubfoot just admitted to her before that he killed his father and brother. Like, dude's not stable and not like a likable person.
Yeah, you don't want to get on his bad side. He could just have all of you killed with relative ease.
Yeah,
so
he is clearly a fucking sociopath.
It can't be overstated. He literally had his father and his own brother killed just to... Well, it's not just to help her. It raises him in status, too.
Yes.
But, like...
He is absurdly dangerous.
Yes.
And you can tell from her interactions, she is not happy to be in his presence. She is actually terrified of him.
Yeah. They make it very clear that she's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I like that Tentacle Dude brings that up. It's like, yeah, I don't know if Ben Shapiro's the person who should be talking about other people. Like, oh my god, they put a fetish in this show? Like, oh my... Like,
any sense. So
Ben.
I didn't mean to play there, sorry.
It's like, Ben, come on. You're not the one to be going like, oh, but other people's fetishes. Ben.
Professor Chaos 56 says, would Tywin try to unite with Dany if Joffrey and the others were proven to be bastards? I think that would be fascinating. Right? If, again, in the whole thing, Eddard sobers up Robb. Robb listens to Stannis. Stannis proves that Joffrey is a fucking bastard, and there's now a battle between the Crown and the Lannisters instead. It'd be interesting if Tywin, to continue the game and continue his ascent, instead allies with Dany and is now forced to, and is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings to get Dany back to Westeros.
That... I almost kind of want to see that version of reality where that's what happens, because it almost seems like a relationship that wouldn't work out, because Dany obviously hates the Lannisters for their role in dethroning the family, killing her siblings, and I guess fuck, what would her... I guess they would be cousins. No? What would Rhaegar's children be to Dany? Oh, they would be nieces. They would be nieces and nephews.
Yeah.
I was just getting confused there because the king was so old when he died.
To an extent, Hat of Greens, but this is why we're talking about hypotheticals here, right? Because, again, as Hat of Greens says, Tywin isn't smart enough to pull that off, to be honest. People way overestimate him. No, but the point isn't that the Tywin would be doing it. He would be desperate, and the one thing he could think of and he would fall back to is that Dany want to take the throne, not realizing that what if Dany is more interested in getting revenge on him? What if it eventually turns into a weird situation where the Targaryens come back to Westeros, and instead of being on Dragonstone anymore, the Targaryens are now the house that controls Lannisport. They have Casterly Rock.
Yeah,
that could be really cool. And then it becomes about the would continue on, and now the Targaryens of Casterly Rock are trying to retake their ancestral home later on. That would be interesting.
That's one of those hypotheticals that have 1,000 ways they could play out.
Yes.
And I think exploring that would be very interesting. It almost kind of makes you wish that you could peer into an alternate reality where that's the direction the story took instead.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Any sense. So she goes from a courageous and dutiful person standing up for her family and maybe for the good of the realm to a conniving, scheming person, all of whose children are terrible, by the way. Right? All of her kids are awful. For some reason, we're
What did the daughter do wrong?
What is she so awful? Yeah, what is so awful?
Yeah, I was about to say,
her?
what about the daughter? I was like, wasn't she like really good?
Is it just because she's autistic? Is that literally it?
Yeah, is it literally because she has like a bit of a quirk to her that she's just terrible?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't even say Amon is that bad. It's just things get out of control. Like, he didn't mean to kill Luke. It just sort of happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, again, it's also left up in the air when it comes to the book as well. In the books, it's not made clear that he intentionally did it. It's more emphasized that he probably intentionally did it, given the heated nature of it and the fact that he was about to, like, beat the fucking piss out of Luke. And I mean, like, really badly. Yeah, I don't know. We can't say 100% for sure that Aemon actually wanted Luke to die, or if he just wanted to make a point, and then it went too far. Because even in the book, they make it clear if it was a battle, if it could be even called that, it probably only lasted a couple seconds. That's how outmatched Luke was compared to Vagar. It's like, yeah.
I'm not an attention seeker, Creetosis. Well, first of all, you are. You're literally begging me to cover your video. It just seems that you're afraid that my arguments are not good. Why would I... If I think your arguments are not good, why would I be afraid of them? While you will throw insults and threats on people... Okay, so first of all, I've never threatened anyone, so
no
fuck
one has
off
ever
with that.
threatened anybody.
Fucking retard.
Yeah, what?
Secondly, I only insult people when they say something fucking dumb. Or when they're attention-seeking little whores like you. So fuck off.
Yeah, you're literally coming into our chat and being like, please cover my video. Like, dude, we don't care. If we think that your video is worth covering in the future, you know, if it comes up, maybe it'll happen, but it's unlikely. Fuck off.
Throw insults and threats on people for not getting facts right. We don't insult for people for not getting facts right. We insult people for saying really, really stupid fucking things. Like, oh, this isn't real Chinese. This is Ching Chong fake Chinese. This is why this game is racist. Oh, saying knuckle draggers is racist, even though that's a phrase calling someone stupid. It's not a racial slur.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Challenge me to fist fight then? Okay, you're retarded. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, no. He's just looking to get under our skin and get us to respond. It's not worth it.
No, he's just being a retard. He can fuck off.
Yeah, he's just being a retard. Fuck him.
Nera and amazing kids. And Alicent ended up with horrible kids, which is weird because Alicent seems to be much more involved with her kids than Rhaenyra is, but never mind.
No.
How do you get that?
They're both involved with their children. And again, Rhaenyra's kids aren't actually that good. They did harass Aemon and pull a knife on him. Like, yeah, they were ostensibly doing it because they were all in a fight together. It was mutual combat, but Aemon was just using words. It was Rhaenyra's children, and by extension, the Valyrian children, who actually started throwing shit at him and attacking him. Like, I don't know what you're getting at here, Ben. It's her children aren't that much better. Like, I'll agree with you. Aegon is a fucking weirdo, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, he is so obsessed with his power. He's in the window of his room, jacking it so he can squirt on somebody down below. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's fucking weird.
You that. Then you get to the Valyrians. The real problem with the Valyrians is that Rhaenys obviously should be the queen. She has the best qualities. She actually thinks strategically. She knows what she is doing. And maybe that's one of the points of the show is that Viserys never should...
Maybe that's one of the points of the show that is said multiple times in the show. Maybe that's one of the points. Jesus Christ, man.
Again, it's another one of the instances where it feels like, I don't know, man. Doesn't feel like you actually watched the show. Feels like you skimmed it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Did he even skim it, or did he get notes from an intern?
That's what it feels like.
Maybe that's why he liked Rise of Skywalker.
Maybe. But here's the weirdest part, okay? So the council, the Great Council, was actually correct because they were looking at this in a more logical sense. The father's the one that carries on the name of the house. You know, you take the father's name. If Rhaenys was queen, why wouldn't the king then be Valerion? Why wouldn't it be the Valerians on the Iron Throne from then on, afterwards? And again, that's part of it. So his cope later is that people only remember the name. People remember the name on the Iron Throne. Do you really think that the Targaryens and the realm would honestly want a non-Targaryen on the throne? They saw what fucking happened when a Targaryen was threatened on the throne, by the way, before this. But yeah, it's just like, oh god, man. But no, yeah, she would genuinely be a really good queen, and that's made abundantly clear that Viserys, especially through his fucking stubbornness, is not great at being king. He's not a terrible king, but he's not a great king. Where the hot volleyballs in your area bots at?
Don't summon them.
Oh god.
We're fine without them.
Should have been the king. Should have been the queen in the first place. Again, she's constantly making decisions that are convenient for the writers. So at the very end of episode 9, for example, she like bursts through the floor with her dragon.
Okay, I'm going to say right now, that is not convenient for the writers. That's a heavy mark against them.
Yes, that is a really, really bad and stupid thing that she did. This is incredibly dumb.
This is character ruin. Like, I've heard a lot of people online who really like this show and had previously liked her character say this was the moment where they stopped liking her as a character. It's like, I don't even want to hear what she has to say anymore. She can't talk about, you know, the people being hurt or whatever when she pulls this shit.
Yeah. Oofed.
I don't... Like, here's the thing, too, is you could have had her get on her dragon and escape, we've talked about this before, without it damaging the character or the world so badly.
Yep.
Yeah.
All she had to do was come up the ramp and fly, knock over part of the stage, obviously without killing the king, because that's... whatever.
So many more problems if that happened, actually.
Yeah. But, knock over the banners and stuff as she's flying out to escape.
Yeah, this whole scene is ruined by the fact that a ramp existed there.
Yes,
like there was no reason she couldn't have taken it.
Yep.
This was the worst bit of writing in the whole show. They sacrificed her character and the narrative for a girl power moment. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really dumb.
And that's the worst part about this, is every time we've seen her previously, she's established to be a really good character. I really liked her character before this point. So it's unfortunate that a character this good has a moment this bad that ruins them as a person.
And kill 1,000 commoners, but doesn't just fry the royal family and end the war. Why? She said, well, it's not my war to start. Well, it's your war to end, though. There are a few things you could do here. One thing that you could do, considering that you actually do have a claim to the throne, and you have a giant-ass dragon, and you're the only person in the entire kingdom, apparently, who knows that the crown has now been stolen, you could theoretically fry the Alicent side of the royal family, and then you could actually go to your husband and start a war for the crown yourself. Instead, you fly to...
Not everyone is fucking power hungry. Not everyone wants the throne. She herself said the time for that is long ago. I've already accepted my place in life, essentially.
Yeah. Now, I do agree that the scene as done... Again, this scene is so bad. She should have fried the usurpers. She really should have. They literally held her prisoner and were going to force her to bend the knee or else. Like, she really should have torched them, honestly.
And at this point, too, she has seen other people who were killed and hanged for not bending the knee.
Yes. So this is just this insanity that she doesn't do it. It's just so weird. Like I said, if she flew from the back and she didn't give them a second thought, she was just thinking of escaping to give the news, that'd be one thing. But the fact that she was there and looking at them is like, just say Dracarys. Jesus Christ, just do it. End the farce right now. Stop the usurpers right this second.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that they literally have a moment where they linger on it, where the show's like, oh, is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? And then she doesn't do it. And it's like, I don't know, man. You already ruined her character. You might as well went all the way and just had her fucking just torch everybody in that fucking room.
Everybody, if you just torch the royal procession, that'd been one thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just mind. So I agree with him on that. It doesn't make sense that she wouldn't just torch the Greens. That doesn't make any sense to me, especially with how bad the Greens were treating her and everything.
Yeah, the fact that they were literally just hanging people that didn't bend the knee.
Yes.
And pledge your loyalty to what end exactly? On behalf of grandkids who actually have no relationship with you genetically? It's a very strange move. All of this is very strange.
Okay.
The deal had been made, though, to wed Rhaenyra's kids to her daughter's kids, her grandkids.
So there will be Valerian blood in Driftmark again. There will be.
Yeah, not just Driftmark, but on the throne too.
Yeah, but also there are things that will happen later too that will make this more like feasible. I will say, if you didn't pay attention, I can see where this criticism comes from. But if you did pay attention, you would know that the Valerian children are wed to the Targaryen children. So, yeah.
Nothing says girl power more than genociding innocents. Yeah. Hashtag girl boss. Queen slay.
Fucking weirdo.
What is it with fucking like women characters that have dragons just killing everybody for no reason in these fucking shows?
I will say nothing. I just say I cannot wait for the next seasons.
I am looking forward to the next season. It can't come soon enough.
Yeah.
Just be good. Don't seasonate us. Do not seasonate us. Because I'll be honest, this moment where Rhaenys pops out of the dragon pit and kills those civilians, that's like a light brushing of that season 8 moment.
Yeah.
It's like a fraction of that moment, but it's still in the same vein and still really bad.
And people might just think of it. Alright.
Morless, who starts off the show as a very ambitious guy who's interested maybe in the crown himself and starts a war with Daemon in order to wrest control away from Viserys in some ways.
What?
They're in some way.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They weren't trying to wrest control away. They needed to prove themselves to the rest of the realm because he just got embarrassed in front of the small council. They need a victory now.
Not just that, but starting a war to wrest power. Like, how the fuck do you even get that? The whole point of this battle, of this war here that they're fighting in this image, is the crab feeder and his men are causing issues for the shipping lanes for Westeros. They've taken some of Driftmark's ships. They've taken traders' ships. That's a problem. We have to stop this because this is affecting us.
Like this, they are specifically a threat to House Valerian.
Yes.
They are he is very specifically going after that house because they are the richest house in Westeros. At this point, by the way. The Valerians are the richest house in Westeros at this point. And it's because of the sea snake. It's because of his actions that this house is this wealthy and this strong. And now he just got embarrassed at the small council meeting, and he still has the crab feeder, which the throne has not engaged because they're afraid of starting a war with the sister cities. So he's just like, fuck it. I need this for my honor, for my reputation. I need this. Not to take the fucking throne, but because he needs it.
Corlys just might be my favorite in House of the Dragon. Yeah, I really like his character. He's really good.
And by bending the knee to Rhaenyra, again, for no apparent reason, considering that, as is pointed out, both Corlys and Rhaenys think that Rhaenyra killed one of their sons and, like, burned his body. Okay, meanwhile, I know that we're...
Yes. But also, they are now directly in line for the throne again if they side with Rhaenyra. Like, the Valyrian blood will be on the Iron Throne if they side with Rhaenyra.
I think Ben is missing the point here that not every way to power or to the throne is by starting a war with someone. Sometimes you could get that... You could get your blood and name... well, probably not the name, but your blood on the throne through alliances.
Which, guess what? The show does! Otto Hightower gets his blood on the Iron Throne through alliances.
Yep.
He doesn't start a war. He knows what he's doing.
You know, I've never really watched a Ben Shapiro video before. Certainly not any of his movie reviews or TV show reviews or whatever. This is fucking terrible.
Yeah, I have no idea if this is, like, his usual, but this is really bad.
Well, I mean,
I watched one of these a while back. I don't remember what it was. It was a review for something, and I watched it, and it was awful. It was awful. It was like this. It was really bad.
Well, chat did say he liked Rise of Skywalker too, which, oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't want to imagine how bad that video was. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't think it was that one that I watched. I think it was a different one where he was reviewing a show and called it really bad. Oh, wait a minute. I think it was the one where he's like, where he said Star Wars was never good.
Oh.
I think that's what it was, and I think he shits all over the originals and talks about how inferior they are to the sequels.
Oh, jeez. You know what? I think EFAP covered that one. Was that the one where he ranked all the Star Wars movies?
I believe so.
Oh!
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, he's definitely got some takes.
Yep.
Supposed to hate because Kristen Cole is emotional and bad and all of this. But Kristen Cole is pretty badly abused by Rhaenyra. I know that we're just glossing over this because Rhaenyra is supposed to be the heroine of the piece. Kristen Cole is used the way he says he is used, and we're supposed to believe that because he's devoted to virtue, this means that he is bad. But I'm going to go counter the crowd here and say that early on, Kristen Cole is not the problem. Rhaenyra is the problem. Later on,
I can agree with that. Early on, Kristen Cole is not a bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked him at first.
Yeah.
But then he goes off the fucking rails and turns into a complete douchebag.
Yeah, again, they do Kristen Cole dirty in this compared to the books. In the books, he's trying to follow his oath and everything still, which is why he believes, based off of the Great Council, that Aegon is the true and rightful king.
Yeah. He's pretty good up until the point where he sleeps with Rhaenyra, and after that he kind of starts simping for her, and then once he's rejected, he it's not completely bad at this point, but the moment he crosses the line is when he kills that guy.
Yes.
For me.
Yeah, I was already pretty not happy with him for killing the Knight of Kisses.
Yeah, well, that's who I was referring to.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I definitely, that's where I was like, fuck you, dude. Like, you've lost your mind.
Yeah.
And then he just kills the old man who has
Beesbury, yeah.
completely correct. He's completely in the right. He's not wrong whatsoever, and just fucking bashes his brains in. I'm just like, what are you fucking doing?
Yep.
He made him sit down. That's all he wanted. Lord Beesbury, please sit down. That's what he said, and he gently put his hand on his shoulder, and then Beesbury smashed his head into the table.
Yeah, clearly he did it on purpose. He saw that ball on the table and said, "Hey, how did my brain get out of my skull? I need to put that back in there." Clunk!
He saw that ball on the table. He's like, I need to smash my temple into that as hard as possible.
Yep.
I need it to be in there. I need it to cuddle with my brain.
Yeah, him killing bees, but like, God, I could maybe accept him killing Beesbury if it was done in a different way, but the way they did it in the show is just really fucking dumb. He just forces him down, and somehow Beesbury's head slams into the ball and kills him. Yeah, definitely not a fan.
Yeah.
Especially since he doesn't do anything to imply that it was on accident. Like, he's not remorseful about it at all. He's literally like, yeah, see what I just fucking did to him? Keep disagreeing with the king or with the queen and see if it doesn't happen to you too, kind of thing. And I'm just like, well, fuck you too then. Like, he was right. Like, he was completely in the right. He should not have been told to stop, let alone killed.
Yeah.
Yep.
For being completely correct.
That's why all the other Kingsguard is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we see it right here where the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard is like, take off your cape and put down your sword. Because what you did is just beyond fucked.
Yep.
And of course, him, basically pointing out that Rhaenyra is terrible. That's true for 95% of the show, except for like the last 5% of the show.
God, I just disagree with that so much.
Yeah,
Rhaenyra
you're
has
making
her faults. She is a very flawed character. I don't think she's terrible for that much of the show.
No. And she makes mistakes in the end, too.
I didn't think she was terrible when she was young, either. Like, you understood why she was the way she was.
Yeah.
Hell, had she actually been faithful with Christian Cole, even then, it wouldn't have been that big of an issue if she had actually, like, owned up to it and, actually married him and all that stuff. Might not have been that bad. I mean, it would have been great, but it might not have been that bad.
Christian Cole would have been gelded and then sent to the wall.
Maybe.
No, that's not a maybe. That's exactly what would have happened. In fact, that's the thing that is pointed out to Strong when the Hand Strong tells the captain of the Gold Cloak Strong, he's like, you need to fucking understand, they will fucking geld your ass and send you to the wall if they don't, like, decorate your head on one of those spikes outside.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess
you are not meant to sleep with the royal family unless you have been ordained to do so, and especially if you're the fucking Kingsguard who are taking oath of chastity.
Like we talked about before, he was the one who went along with it. He didn't have to sleep with her. He knew what the consequences were, and then he did it. And then when he didn't get his way, immediately becomes the problem. And it's like
I said, they do him dirty in the show. Honestly,
yeah. Like, I just don't agree with Ben's assessment that Rhaenyra was terrible at the start and then became good.
Yeah.
I think you understood where she was coming from in the beginning, even if she was a bit of a brat. But then you also see, like, her story arc makes sense. The changes she goes through is logical. It makes sense how she gets from point A to point B. And I don't feel like she was at any point ever terrible. Like,
even when they're trying to get the suitors for her so she can have a marriage of her choice, you could see why it feels to her like she's being sold off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like she's beef at the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense why she doesn't feel okay with what's going on. Like, I can completely understand where she was coming from. The issue is then, well, Christian Cole decided that, oh, you know what? I do want to sleep with the princess. But then when he doesn't get his fucking way of, well, you have to marry me now so I can keep my knightlyhood. And she's just like,
Oh, that wasn't it. He wanted her to run away with him to, like, Essos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is her abandoning her claim.
Yeah, fully. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Just leaving.
Yeah, well, what did he say exactly? There was something about like retaining his honor in some way, where it's like, if you have to marry me so I can retain my honor because I gave it up for you.
It was more about the fact that he has nothing in his life. He's not from any great house. All he has is the cloak, basically. And that's is soiled now because of what she got him to do with her. So
yeah,
for him to have anything in his life, he wants her to run away with him. So it wasn't for nothing.
Yep.
He was simping hard. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and then after that, when she rejects him, he just goes completely off the rails.
Yeah.
To which, again, if they'd all just kept their mouths shut, none of it would have mattered anyway, because nobody would know. But, I mean, it took nothing. As soon as... is it Alice? Is that her name?
Allison.
Yeah, Allison. Comes in and is like, so are the rumors true? And he's like, yes, I fucking banged her. Oh my god. I should... You killed me. Kill me now.
Well, what happened there is he thought he was being accused when she was beating...
I know, but... It's like, but if you just kept your fucking mouth shut either way, whether it was that or not, you should have just, if you just kept your fucking mouth shut, it wouldn't have mattered. You'd still get to be a knight. Rhaenyra would be fucking, the one night stand would have been between you and her. It wouldn't have went any further than that. None of it would have ever gotten brought up. But no, as soon as he gets even the mildest hint that he might be getting accused of something, he just immediately fucking folds and is like, yeah, no, I fucked her. I fucked that pussy.
Slept with her. Between them titties and...
Yeah, it's just like, you fucking idiot. It's like, you have no one to blame but yourself. You were the one that decided that, you know what, I do want to sleep with her. And you're the one that gave out the fucking secret about it. So if you were to ever lose your knightlyhood, it's because of you.
Yep.
Because fucking... Rhaenyra sure as shit wasn't going to say anything about it.
5 Australian kangaroos from DaiLioCon. Thank you very much. Hey, Stag, what are y'all's thoughts about House of the Dragon, and what rating you would give it? 1 to 10. Hey, Pagan, is your profile avatar, is that human hand obsessed pony?
Yes, it is. It is Lyra.
Oh, God.
What?
Me and Creed talked about it earlier. We would give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agreed. 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah. And again, for anyone that doesn't know, who maybe just tuned in or whatever, we use the actual 1 to 10 scale. We don't do the fucking weirdo IGN.
You saw the comment I was laughing at.
Yeah.
That princessy made a knight act unwise.
Yep.
Otto heightens the show as sort of the manipulative hand, and the idea is that he wants power for himself, but that originally is not his motivation. Originally, his motivation is the kingdom is going to split apart if you name a girl. And so
No. His motivation is always power.
He's using that as a convenient excuse to explain how he is going to get power.
Oh my god.
Again, this is
how do
something
you
they
reverse
highlight numerous times.
Yeah, how do you reverse the roles so badly?
Like,
No idea.
even from the first episode, I've already referenced it, but you should have named me Hand instead of Otto. What's wrong with Otto? He's a cunt. But the whole point of it being Otto is going to lead you astray because it's a power play. He can advance himself by whispering in your ear options that will benefit him and his family and his house.
Yep.
We need a son. It's a son, and he promotes the son.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
All right.
It's a son, and he promotes the son. By the end, it's like, I just want power myself. When does that transition exactly happen for Otto?
Power for myself.
It's not power for himself, it's power for the High Towers. And he always wanted power for the High Towers. Always.
Yeah, it was hinted at in the beginning where it's like, you're not 100% sure, but you could definitely see where it's going. And then it gets all but confirmed in the later episodes where it's like, yeah, no, you're just a fucking cunt.
Yeah,
Well,
especially when he talks to Alicent and explains, like, I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. What did you think would happen? You need to fucking understand how this game is being played, bitch.
Well, even
Yeah,
as
exactly.
early as Aegon's name day, where Otto's brother, Lord, I forget his first name, but the Lord of Old Town, what's his name, Hightower, he says to Otto, yes, and it's your job to make sure Aegon gets on the throne, to make sure he's the true heir.
Yep.
Yep. Then, of course, you also have his little spies watching Rhaenyra and Daemon, and he immediately goes to the accusations with the king and everything to try and get them displaced. So, yeah, no, from the beginning, he's shown to be a conniving little shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otto. I see it. This is just one of the big problems with the show, is that the lack of character consistency means that it's very hard to root hard for anybody.
You know, it's so bizarre seeing someone talk about one of the most, like, one of the most consistent characters in the entire show across all 10 episodes and hear them say, man, this lack of consistency is really annoying.
Yeah, it's like, dude, come on now.
Yeah, I don't get it. It doesn't feel like he watched the show.
Lord 69 says, you're weak, Viserys. That whole council of leeches knows it. They will prey on you for their own ends.
Yep.
And again, he's fucking right. If Daemon had been handed the king, holy shit.
Yeah, and it only gets reinforced more when I forget his name, the brother of the dude that kills his father and his brother in the fire. I forget his name.
Larry Strong.
Yep.
Yeah, when he becomes the new king's hand, it's immediately shown of like, oh, you are really good because you actually give a shit about the king
The realm.
and not just yourself and your house.
Oh, not Larry
It's
Strong, Lionel Strong.
Lionel, yeah.
Yeah,
He
Lionel.
becomes hand of the king, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it just shows like, okay, yeah, Otto was kind of a piece of shit because look how much better Lionel does it when he's not thinking about, his own place and his own house.
And not just that, we see those highlighted immediately in the few scenes we get with him prior to becoming the Hand. What do you think would be the best marriage proposal? Your unencumbered opinion. Well, the Valyrians. You think Rhaenyra should marry one of your sons for this new marriage proposal? Actually, no. I'm going to offer you the same advice I gave years ago. Make an alliance with the Valyrians.
Yeah, you both come from Valyria. It was strong Valyrian blood in both of your veins. Like, it would obviously be a good power play because House Valyrian is the richest of the realm and they control the entire Royal Navy.
Okay, this guy keeps saying this in chat. I'm going to address this just so he'll stop. Battlefield 2042 and Halo Infinite. I haven't played either of these games. I don't care about them. I'm sorry. They're just not something I'm interested in. I might look at Halo Infinite one day if I ever get around to looking at the Halo games in depth. That's not even on my list of things to do right now. I've got a very long list of things I want to do. I'm just not interested in those kinds of games. I'm sorry. Like,
Yep.
the old Halo games were fun, but I haven't played since Halo 3. Please stop spamming chat now.
You got Damon, who's all over the place. You got Rhaenyra, who's all over the place. You've got Alicent, who's all over the place.
No.
The only one who's consistent
No.
is Viserys, just because he seems to be wobbly the whole time.
No, what the what?
Biggest
He's
inconsistency is
consistent.
Damon killing his wife. The rest of the characters are fairly consistent, and when they do change, it's telegraphed and explained why they changed.
Yes. Oh boy.
Wow.
This is just
So,
frustrating.
Frustrating.
You get to the end of the show, and Aemond, who has been sort of prepping for the kingship, right? They make it clear he's been studying philosophy and he's been studying history, and he is a badass because he's claimed a dragon of his own without anybody's permission. Plus, he has a cool pirate patch and everything. He shows up.
Full pirate hat. So you know what's amusing about eye patches? They were actually a pretty good battlefield advantage when it came to ship combat. Because when you're up on decks, the sunlight and everything like that, you know, your eyes get used to that bright sunlight. When you go below decks, it's really fucking dark. So if you're going to be going or fighting above deck and then going below deck, might be handy to be able to take that eye patch and switch the eyes. So now you have one that's adjusted to the darkness.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
it's
can't
just-
believe you called it a fucking pirate patch.
Not just that he called it a pirate patch, but that's somehow a sign of being king.
Yeah, and it's not. Again,
I had the sneaking suspicion he was going to mention the eye patch. Like, he's listing off all these things. You know, he studies philosophy. He's, sure, he's the second in line. Ben doesn't mention that. But, you know, he's preparing to be, like, he wants to be king.
Yep.
Please don't say he has a cool eye patch. Please don't say he has a cool eye patch. And he has a cool pirate patch. Ah!
Wait. Hold on. Didn't he define, like, the last part was like, oh, and they show he's a badass because, and then lists off some things, and one of them is the eye patch?
yeah.
Well,
Then he's been prepping for kingship because he studied philosophy and battle, and he claimed a dragon himself, and it's the biggest dragon and everything like that. It's just like, oh boy.
well, I wouldn't necessarily say having an eye patch is proof of being a badass, though.
Yeah, it's not. It's more proof that you almost lost something because you don't really take a shot to the face like that if you're winning.
It's proof that you did lose something, in fact.
Yes. But you almost lost everything if you got, you know, your eye done like that.
Yeah. But I mean, losing an eye could also be a matter of, I don't know, you tripped on your fucking sword or something, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe you got an infection there.
But also, I swear to God, if Ben says that Aemon should kill Aegon and take the throne, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
He's going to, because he said that for every other time someone
every
else
other
has wanted the
character I
throne.
know. Aemon doesn't actually want the throne. He is pretty content being the rider of Vhagar. He's pretty fucking content and happy that he's like a good fighter and a good swordsman and everything.
But it's not just that. He is... Every time a character has come up that might want the throne, he says, oh, they should just fight for it. He should challenge for it. Whatever. To the point where I'm surprised he hasn't said Christian Cole should fucking make a challenge for the throne.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't just straight up said, like, I can't believe he's faithful to Alicent. Why doesn't he just kill her and take the throne for himself?
Yeah. I have a horrible feeling that Ben's going to say that Aemon should challenge Aegon and take the throne. I'm going to be like, are you fucking kidding me?
When Viserys was sick and dying, he should have challenged the Queen and Otto to a fight to the death to take the throne. Take his own throne back by Trial by combat.
Plus, he has a cool pirate patch and everything. He shows up at the Baratheon in order to woo the Baratheons for the war. Lucerys shows up, the son of Rhaenyra. And Lucerys is supposed to woo the Baratheons. And Aemond is pissed because he's still missing his eye. He taunts Lucerys, and then he chases him out of the hall, and he chases him down in the dragon. Okay, there's a major mistake that's made in this particular scene, and it's not indicated, my understanding is in the book. And the major mistake that is made here is that of all the youngsters, it seems that the only two who are qualified to be king at all, just in terms of personality, are Jacaerys and Aemond. Right? Aegon, the second, is garbage and running away from his job, and which means that he will be dispatched, I would imagine, right quickly next season.
Not
You
necessarily.
talk about the
He's king.
fuck. Okay, no. He talks about the fucking books. You keep bringing up the books and you don't fucking know, you idiot. Mother of Christ, I'm gonna give you fucking. I so want to give spoilers so bad because this really pisses me off now.
Well, just from the fact that
We'll just say that Aemond doesn't want the throne. You fucking idiot. Oh, God. That's all I will say.
that does actually surprise me a little bit because in the show, it does sound like Aemond does want the throne. The way he acts sometimes, like he seems to hate his brother Aegon and say, "Yeah, it should have been me on the throne, not you."
Yeah.
There are things that happen in the books, okay? There are things that happen in the books. I am not going to go into any details of this, but suffice to say, the reason I'm so mad about this is because Ben keeps bringing up stuff from the books, and then he says, I believe he'll be dispatched, next season. It's like, you don't fucking know, then, you idiot? You didn't read the books? The thing you keep referencing?
Also, dispatched sounds like assassinated to me. It's like, I don't think they're going to kill off the new king that fast. Maybe as a season finale type thing, but not like episode 2 or 3.
This is fucking madness is what this is.
People are putting in emotes in chat pointing at books.
Yep.
He never opened these books. They can't read.
Yeah.
Leave him to his vices. I imagine they'll come for me next. When they do, I intend to be found. Yeah.
So, again, here's the thing. Aemond is totally ready for the throne. But it's a Daemon and Viserys situation. It's a Stannis and Robert situation. He is totally ready, and he would be better, but he's not going to kill his fucking brother to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more the impression I got. Not so much that he doesn't want to be king, but
yeah,
he's not going to cross that line.
Yes.
Even though he technically crossed a similar line at the end of the season.
He's a kinslayer, that's for sure.
Yep.
But yeah. Go ahead.
Lucerys has really no claim to the throne, considering that he's illegitimate. And either
Okay, but that's not...
But so does Jace, you idiot.
Not just
Jace
that,
illegitimate.
but officially, publicly, they are the heirs. Like, it's not an official thing that they're illegitimate. They are illegitimate, but as far as the previous king was concerned, they are legitimate. And I guess someone would have to make a ruling on that, but it also depends on who wins the war now, doesn't it?
Yeah, because now blood has been spilled.
Either does just Aemond actually has a claim to the throne. He also happens to have been studying. He's a good warrior. We know that he's very clever. We know that he actually has the ability to hold himself back. He's not a profligate. And so suddenly in this last scene, he's played as wildly angry. What he should be is extraordinarily calculating. He should be thinking, okay, well, if
it's not so. It doesn't come across as though he's extremely angry. It comes across as though he's taunting Luke.
Yes, he is trying to get Luke to break the banner of courier and fight, become a combatant. He is trying to break that oath because he could get rid of Luke right now. He could make it, oh, the blacks attacked first, sort of thing. Now the situation is a problem because the Greens have clearly struck the first blood. And kinslaying to boot, which is really not good.
Yeah, but it seemed more like he was trying to scare him because of what he did and everything. And like the way he's laughing the whole time, he's like taunting him and screaming his name and stuff, like, I'm gonna find you.
Yeah, it very much comes across as though it's a game to him, which is why the consequences probably hit so much harder at the end there. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, because you can clearly tell when it happens. His face is like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I screwed up bad.
Yep.
Because that's not actually the outcome he wanted.
Yeah, like he's literally screaming, Vagar, no, stop.
Yeah.
My claim to the throne is going to be essentially in question forever. What I need is a pathway to the throne. And the way I'm going to get a pathway to the throne is maybe a war. Because I'm not getting a pathway to the throne any other way, so maybe I need a war here. And so I'm going to lead off this war by killing this kid who took my eye years and years and years ago. And so he should coldly and in calculating fashion chase down Lucerys and kill him.
No, he shouldn't.
No.
That's really bad.
That's
Let me just... Ben, again, you should stop quoting from the books, and you should stop talking about the books and everything like that. You should not have gone there at all. Because you would know how fucking bad it is that this happened.
I mean...
That is not good. Especially now, because he is now known as a kinslayer, and what is made abundantly clear through all Westerosi history, the gods deplore, they despise, they hate kinslayers.
Not just that, but like that final reaction from Aemond at the very, very, very end, like that should have told you everything, that this was not a good outcome.
Yeah.
This is actually very bad. He's like again, I've already said it, but it's that oh fuck moment where it's like the consequences for what you did just now are going to be insane.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially when this show, like, hammers it in as well, at least a little bit of, like, those people aren't just people to be ignored. You actually do need their support. You can't be looked down upon by the people you rule over, and being a kinslayer will almost definitely ensure that they will not like you.
In fact, I want to say in advance, I haven't read the books, but the impression I get is this might even damage the Greens' ability to get allies on their side now. Because Luke was out here under a courier banner. He wasn't a combatant. Aemond was also out here. I don't know if he was under the same banner or not, but the fact that he, like, killed this person that was a non-combatant, it just says to me that that would be looked down very poorly upon by the rest of the houses. It might be harder to gain, like, to get more allies for the Greens.
And let's just say this is going to make this conflict incredibly spite-filled and bloody.
Oh yeah, fucking absolutely. You just killed the child of one of the people claiming, trying to claim the throne, the queen. Like,
yeah, there's a thing that's going to happen next season that's going to be fucking dark.
Oh.
Yeah, and that is all I will say from then on. It is going to get fucking dark.
God, it's kind of tragic too, like just the way it plays out, because it's Alicent who's more worried about her kids being killed and everything, and is constantly warning them of, like, you know, like, you have to do this, you have to do this, like, you know, like, you will be put to death and all this kind of stuff. And
then the first one is one of Rhaenyra's.
Yeah, and then, like, one of the ones to die is one of Rhaenyra's kids, who Alicent literally said, like, you're the one who's going to kill my kids, and it's the other way around.
Well, not just that.
like,
Luke.
Oh,
We don't really see Joffrey, but Luke is portrayed the few times we get to see him as like the most innocent and happy kid of them. You know, aside from the eye stabbing bit, but like when they're having that funeral for Corlys's daughter, and he says to Luke, "Hey, one day, all of this will be yours. You will be the Lord of Driftmark." And Luke just like this kid has the most natural reaction. I don't want it, because if that time comes, that means everyone will be dead. Meaning, you know, the grandparents, the parents, like, everyone he cares about will be gone.
yep.
It's just such a innocent reaction, but also understandable reaction from a kid. Now, like, he's the first blood. He's the first one gone. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Not good. Not gonna look good.
Nope.
You're supposed to be hating Aemond. But you should also be sort of admiring the fact that he's coldly calculating. Instead, you get this weird dynamic where in the very last scene, the dragons get in a fight, but both riders don't actually want to be in the fight, right? Where Lucerys is trying to stop his dragon from attacking the other dragon. And he's
Okay. Benny boy, did you not see the size difference between those dragons? One of them is a Great Dane, and the other is like one of those toy, like one of those tiny, tiny, tiny little dogs that don't grow any big. Like there are puppies that are bigger than these tiny dogs.
Yorkie.
Yes, that's the difference we're talking about here. I should say too, a very pissed off Great Dane that wants to tear the little one apart. There is no fucking challenge. There's no way.
Yeah. I forget the name of the smaller dragon.
It's like Varaxis or something?
It's like Arax or something.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Something like that.
But yeah, no, it is fucking terrified. It is literally just trying to get away. It does not give a fuck about its rider at this point anymore. It's just like, I just want to get away from this thing. Yeah. And if it comes close to me, I'm going to try and like blind it if I can.
Well, it's sort of the cornered animal thing. Like, obviously they're in the sky, but this little dragon is feeling like it's, probably feeling like it's almost kind of cornered with this big one swooping down on it. So it takes that shot.
Yeah.
And the big one is like, oh, you took a shot at me? Well, fuck you. It's time to die.
Yeah, which is really petty, but it's a fucking dragon, so it's like, it's obviously it's gonna have that reaction, but it's like, at the same time, it's like, you're so much bigger. You should not give a fuck that this little tiny dragon just blew a tiny little puff of smoke in your face because you scared it so bad. You're just chasing it. It's like, good God. But no, it takes it personally. It's like, oh, you lightly puffed in my face. Time to fucking die.
And I took that personally.
Yeah. So I took that anyway, I started blasting.
Yep. Yeah, it's literally like, imagine you on the sidewalk and you're loaded down for war. You've got your all your guns. You got your shotguns, your assault rifles. You got both. You got fucking a pistol, a hip holster on either side. You got an ankle holster. You've got shoulder holsters on under either armpit, everything like that. And then this little tiny fucking like dwarf comes up to you with a squirt gun, squirts you, and then you're like, that's it, motherfucker. And you pull out the shotguns and you just unload every single weapon you have into him.
you just immediately fucking dome him.
Yeah, it's just fucking over.
Oh my God, it's the Yakuza special move we saw yesterday, where she pulls out an AK and just obliterates that poor guy.
Use special moves and fucking gun.
But that's Luke's side of it. For Aemon's side, we've already covered. First of all, this is kinslaying. Second of all, first blood. Like, this is just bad all the way around. He has very good reason to not actually want to kill him. What are you doing, Ben? Stop.
Yeah, the fact that he's trying to act like, oh, it would be so impressive and coldly calculative if he killed him. It's like, it would not have done anything but make him look bad and hurt his entire side of the war.
I didn't...
Which it already will.
I didn't realize Ben was so bloodthirsty.
Ben is just like, everybody should kill everybody for the throne right now.
Yeah, it's really...
weird.
He's really shit.
Alright.
He's like, no, he's bad at controlling the dragon, so the dragon shoots the other dragon with fire. And then the giant-ass dragon that Aemond is riding is like, chomp, and just eats small dragon.
I'm going to pause this just because that's a lot of footage to be using all at once.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah. But, again, all of this is completely justified for both dragons acting the way they do, both riders losing control, and, as we're about to see probably, how Aemond feels after the fact. Because, this is fucked. This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Along with Sarah's. And Aemond is like, oh no, what have I, oh no. You're like, why though? That's totally out of character. Suddenly he's...
not out of character at all.
It's not out of character whatsoever. And secondly, he realizes, oh, fuck.
He's somebody that has been learning the histories, the philosophy, and everything like that. One of the things he is keenly aware is kinslayers. Oops.
Something Ben clearly isn't fucking knowledgeable of. Like, Jesus Christ. How you could possibly think that this would be like a strategic plus to your side by doing that? It's like, no.
Yeah, again,
no.
What would have been best for Aemon in this situation if Arax had spit fire at them, and then Aemon had got control of Vhagar, and he could have gone back and shown, hey, that little shit attacked me. That little shit attacked me. We were on a mission of peace, and he attacked me. Here are the scorch marks across Vhagar's cheek of Arax burning her. Excuse me. That's what would have played out best here.
Yeah, exactly. Because then it would have like completely thrown out the whole courier banner thing and made him a target, and it would have made him the one to strike first blood.
Yeah, he's the one that broke the courier. Like, he's the one that is no longer under the banner of a messenger.
Yeah. Oh my god. What a fucking idiot.
I wonder if Ben just thinks it's a matter of killing key figures on the other side, regardless of the context, to win the war.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's what it seems like. Like, it doesn't matter what everyone else's opinion is about it. It's just so long as the opposition dies.
Well, let's just say that Daemon did walk into the throne room and shove his sword through Viserys' face. Did he think Daemon would just be able to claim the throne just like that?
Yeah, God, who knows?
Because
nah,
that's
pretty
kind of
sure
what it comes
he'd be.
across as, looking back in the video and seeing how he's acting now.
Yeah, it does make it seem very odd the way he's like, especially that one was like, oh, he didn't even challenge him. It's like, challenge the king right there. It's like, he would just have him captured. He's right there. He's surrounded by guards. He'd just be like, okay, to the dungeons then. What the fuck? Like, it's so stupid. And if he killed him, you know the Knight's Guard would just fucking kill him.
King's Guard. You got Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is King's Guard. My bad.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Because I was like Ben said earlier, and I was like, it's King's Guard.
I think that's why I said it, because I was thinking about him saying it, and I just said it.
Oh no, Pagan got Shapiro.
Oh no, my brain got smooshed.
Like, members of the family? Since when?
Since ever. Kinslaying is really, really bad. Really bad. There is going to be a situation in the future of Westeros where someone will actively kinslay, and it is going to cause a fucking meltdown to the point where they don't even think that him being stripped of all of his titles and sent to the fucking wall is good enough. Like, my god, dude. Kinslaying in Westeros society is very frowned upon.
Yeah, it's like one of the biggest sins you could commit.
Yes. The bigger sin, of course, is breaking of guest right. That is, like,
Yep.
unforgivable.
I was going to mention that.
Bottom line, for the first season of House of the Dragon, we need clearer characterization. We need to know who we are
No, we
rooting
don't.
for.
Oh my
We
god.
need to know why they've developed...
You don't need a clear sign to root for, okay?
Yeah,
We
not-
made the joke of
No.
who do we side for, and I said I side for the blacks.
You could tell a story where both sides have valid claims or concerns, and the viewer can decide which side they want to side with.
Say this, both sides are not going to be clean in this fucking fight.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. I don't... See, it's kind of hard at this point, because from what we've seen from the show, everything makes me want to side with the blacks. Because the greens just feel like they've done a lot of underhanded and dirty shit. Maybe that will change as the story goes on, I don't know. But I'm firmly on the blacks right now.
Yeah,
But
same.
They could have told a story where people might be more, like, I don't know, people on chat, which side do you side with, the greens or the blacks? Let me make a poll. Start a poll.
And don't worry, even if you know how everything ends, that's fine. Just vote anyways. Just don't tell anybody how it ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do which side do you support?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, perfect.
I do expect one side to win out on that vote, especially if they've only seen the show. But I am expecting votes on both sides of that, and it's understandable that some people would support one side or the other. Like, that's one of the good things I like about Game of Thrones is some people are House Stark, some people are House Targaryen, some people are even House Lannister. Some people are obviously Baratheon.
That was the cool thing of A Song of Ice and Fire. Again, Stannis the Manus.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. Obviously, there are tons of people that are, Jon Snow. And of course, the Starks and everything. And fuck, you would be shocked how many people are like, House Manderly, baby!
Well, after going through the books, listening to the audiobooks,
Yes,
there's
House
definitely...
Manderly, baby!
Like, House Manderly will never get on the throne, but there's a case for liking them.
Yes, absolutely. Greens that you know of right now in the show. Again, if you know how this all goes, that's fine. You can vote however you want. In the show, what you know, the Greens are the High Towers. The Greens are the Lannisters. Look very likely because Lannister was on the council, small council that was deciding with this, and the Baratheons. Those are the three you know of so far that are clearly siding with the Greens. I would fence
just
it,
find
but
it
that's
weird.
not an option. Then I would support the blacks.
I just find it weird that he's like making this distinction of like, no, both sides can't be. You can't root for both sides. You can only pick one. It needs to be obvious which one you need to root for. It's like, why? Why does that need to be a thing?
I should have included two more options. I like both and neither.
Yeah, fair.
I chose the blacks because I'm not a racist.
But to also to make this thing is like, again, neither side is going to come out of this clean, and neither side is going to be wholly evil either in this. So
Yeah. I don't know what this green or black thing is, and it seems menacing. Oh, it's very menacing.
incredibly menacing.
In the way that many of the problems here, as I say, could have been avoided by simply starting the season with the second half of the season.
That would
No.
cause infinitely
That
more
would
cause
problems
way
than
more
you
problem.
realize.
Yeah, that would have basically ruined the show.
Yep.
I choose black because I am a racist. Possibly the more funny answer than the other one I read.
Yep.
So you actually learn to be interested in the backstories of these characters. Like, it'd be cool to find out the revelation that Daemon once had designs on the throne. It'd be cool to find out that Aemon's eye was taken by Lucerys. Not that you watch them do the Six Kids, but, like, that's why they hate each other. It would be cool to find all this out in the context of almost a stage play, which is really what the first season is. Instead, because...
I don't think it matters, like, if this is backstory stuff that's learned before, like, as we did in the show, or learning it later. I think it's fine the way it was handled. I don't know, this just seems like a weird point to me.
It's by the King's decree. Rhaenyra is rightful heir. I chose the blacks. Also, Alicent is a cunt, and Aegon would be a horrendous king, so there's that.
Yeah, I'm not rooting for anyone, lol. I'm just here to watch the chaos unfold and pay attention to every detail of storytelling. If Season 2 matches the quality of Season 1. Hopefully it does.
So, I hope it surpasses. I hope it actually gets better,
yes.
Too. Because there shouldn't be time jumps. The Dance of the Dragons is not a long war. Let's put it that way. But it is a very, very packed war.
Because that's you kind of start to identify with these characters, and then they shift forward 10 years in time. They recast half the cast, and they change the characters of half the cast. And
well, no, again,
they didn't change any of the characters that didn't make sense, all right? They made sense to the outside stimuli that was put against the character, and then the character naturally changed in response to that stimuli.
We've already proven this fucker doesn't know what he cares, like, what he's talking about because he didn't pay attention.
Yeah. Like, especially when he's talking about, this is why recasting the Valerians as black was bad. It's like, I was like, well, it would have been if nobody realized it, right? You would have a point, Ben, if everybody didn't realize it and only the audience was in on it. But no, everybody in King's Landing is fucking in on it. Everybody knows it is the willful stubbornness of Viserys that is the only reason they are not rightfully decried as bastards. But yeah, everybody's in on it.
Again, there's 6 scenes acknowledging it, that we remember, by the way. 6 scenes that we remember, acknowledging that everyone knows that these are bastards. The bastards know they're bastards.
Yeah. I'd say, Scrublord, it depends on where the show wants to end it. I could see 3 seasons, easy. It'd be a 3-season show and done. Or I could see 4. It really depends on how they want to wrap this up, how they want to end it.
I haven't read the book, but 3 or 4 seasons sounds like a good guess.
Yeah. They could totally end it before they could end it at the end of the Dance of Dragons, or they could end it with the thing that happens right after the Dance of the Dragons. I could see that as well. We'll have to see. We will have to see what happens.
Bunch of writing choices that get them out of trouble in one area only to create trouble in another area. Rhaenys not blowing up the entire Alicent Hightower side of the family. And these are just bad writing decisions and sloppy writing in order to get them out of a problem, which is, what do we do? Oh, we'll have her bust through with the dragon. What?
Which, again, that doesn't make sense, and she should have actually torched them. It makes no sense for her not to torch them. Dumb decision.
Yeah, that should have done, or been handled maybe a bit differently than what they did.
Yeah.
Why? It'd be cool. It's hard to get over the chasm in the internal logic of the show. In fact, this season seems to be written more like Game of Thrones Season 5 than Game of Thrones Season 1. Game of Thrones Season 1 is very tightly written.
Holy shit, yeah, Season 5 was bad. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are awful, for sure, but Jesus Christ. House of the Dragons is not Season 5 bad. House of the Dragons is, I'd say, a little weaker than Game of Thrones Season 1, 2, honestly.
Yeah.
But it's not bad at all. Oh, it wouldn't go up till Mad King. It would not go that far. There is way too much stuff between the Dance of the Dragons and the Mad King.
Yeah,
There's way too much history.
We're talking well over 100 years there.
200 or something like that years.
Yeah,
history.
Well, they say at the start of the show it's something like 187 years before Daenerys or something like that.
300 something until Daenerys.
Not 300.
It's a pretty long time.
Yeah, that's the point I'm getting at. Is it's well over 100 years. We could get other spin-off shows in between. Like, that's something we've talked about before. I would like to see an Aegon's Conquest show. I'd like to see a Blackfire Rebellion. I'd like to see Robert's Rebellion.
Yeah.
There's another one. The King who legitimized all his bastards. I'd like to see a show based around that. Just for that one concept alone. Holy shit.
Yep.
I'm gonna end the poll. The poll went almost as expected. I was definitely expecting there to be heavy support of the blacks. I wasn't expecting it to be that strong. I was expecting more of a 60-40 or maybe even a 70-30, but we've got 84% for the blacks and 16% for the greens.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we get to end of season 2, we'll probably do the same poll and see how people feel.
Yeah.
Because it was all by George R.R. Martin. But this season seems to be plotted out by the TV writers, and this means that they rely on a bunch of kind of silly tropes to get by. Overall, out of 5 swords, I will give Game of Thrones House of the Dragon Season 1 3.5 swords. Could have been 5, it wasn't.
Weird fucking take. Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, that was garbage. That was really bad.
Well, what's especially weird is that his final score is very close to ours, because if we change that to a 10 out of, like, a scale out of 10,
that's
turns
7.
his score into a 7.
Yeah.
But he still got all this shit wrong.
172 years before the death of the Mad King, Aerys, and the birth of his daughter, Princess Daenerys Targaryen.
Alright, I knew it was somewhere high up there.
Yeah, I was wrong with 300. That was wild. Yeah.
Well, 300 was wrong from the start because the time between Aegon's conquest and the end of Robert's reign is about 300 years.
Yeah, fair.
It's like 299 or something. I think the 300th year is when Joffrey is king, or something like that.
Well, what do you guys want to do? Do we want to do the other video?
From
the Daily Wire?
We are 3.5, well, almost 3 hours and 40 minutes in. We could end it here. Or we could cover this little 7-minute video. Is it fine to spoil what it is at this point?
Chat. I guess do you want to do a real quick poll on chat? And just be like, hey chat, do you want us to continue and do this other Daily Wire video or not? There you go. Continue. Yes or no?
This won't be another Game of Thrones video. Or House of
Yeah,
Dragon
it is
or anything.
not a Game of Thrones video.
It is about a popular sci-fi franchise. With stuff.
Yep.
Well, there's already a fucking landslide for continue. So, I can't remember if this was suggested to us or if I just found it out in the wild on the internet, but a little video was in my list of videos we could cover by a man named Matt Walsh. And
yes.
I don't know anything about this guy aside from, like, he's a conservative commentator. And he has really, really shit takes about media. Like, anime is demonic, and men who collect, like, action figures and stuff are pathetic, which is just dumb.
Yeah, he is a very hardcore Puritan kind of person.
Yeah.
And the left hates him. The left they cannot stand him at all. And I find it glorious. It's like, oh, see, the mauled, get fucked.
Popular, so not Star Wars then. Well, let's amend that. A once popular.
Yeah, a one-time popular, which, you know, that kind of spoils what it is. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm fine with ending the poll there. There's no way no's are going to win now. So,
anytime I think of Matt Walsh, I'll just think of that fucking take he had of like, men and women cannot actually be friends, okay? The only reason that men hang out with women is to have sex with them, and if they ever got the inkling that they could never actually get with that woman, they would drop her immediately and never talk to her again. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's a weird fucking take. What?
Yeah, that sounded like projection to me, where I was like, oh boy. Oh boy, like, okay, so you only hang out with women that you think you can sleep with, okay.
Yeah.
So, are we ready for this next video? This,
Sure,
wonderfully titled video. Star Wars: A New Hope is not a good movie.
Yeah, and again, this could be a wild ride as well. I have not seen anything about this, but off that title alone, I'm just like, oh boy.
Wouldn't it be funny if this is so bad that it takes us longer to cover than the Ben Shapiro video that was twice as long?
Maybe.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do this.
The reviews for this new Star Wars movie out, and right now, last I checked on Rotten Tomatoes, I think it's got like a 58%, which is bad. Rotten, according to Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay.
All right.
When was this movie listed? Hold on.
I'm assuming... Well, he said the new one, so I'm assuming it's Rise of Skywalker.
Maybe? Yeah, might be.
Yeah, I didn't actually check when this video was made.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how old is this?
Well, let's check quickly, then.
He doesn't look like a Reddit bot. He's too well kept for that.
Oh, yeah, this is actually kind of old. December 19th, 2019. So, yeah, just after Rise of Skywalker came out.
Hey. I just wanted to make sure, because newest Star Wars movie, does he mean Solo? Does he mean, you know, one of those type of movies? So
right.
that's why I was like, yeah.
11-hour stream, here we come? No.
Abysmally rated. I think it's going to end up being perhaps the worst rated, reviewed Star Wars movie yet. Even worse than Phantom Menace, which was an abomination in so many ways, as most people know. But this should not be surprising. I think what we're learning here is that, you know, there's only so much story to be told. So this is.
I hate this take just in general. I despise it. Because this is something Red Letter Media said, and I do like Red Letter Media. I've heard someone say this about the Fallout franchise as well. The whole thing of, well, there's only one type of story you could tell in this universe. Oh, Star Wars, there's only one type of story. Rebels versus Empire. No. No, that's not the only story. You have an entire universe with lots of lore to work with. You're telling me you can only pull one possible story type from that? No, fuck off.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Part of the problem with the Disney trilogy is that they tried to copy the original trilogy. So we have that Rebels versus Empire dynamic going on, even though it makes no fucking sense.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth pointing out, the prequels didn't have that dynamic going on. They were more of a mystery as to who's the shadowy man behind the civil war, essentially, between the galaxy.
Who's been stirring the shit? Who's been riling everybody up?
It might be that man who's making power moves.
Hell, Boba Fett could have been one of the best fucking shows. You know, but no, we have to ruin that too.
Even Mando could have been good. I would love a really good, like, space bounty hunter series set in the Star Wars universe. That could be really fucking fun.
Yeah, well, that's why I said Boba Fett.
Baby Yoda shit instead.
So just imagine if you kept the whole Imperial Remnant and everything, like, sort of storyline. So every now and then, he'll work for the Imperial Remnant, he'll work for the Rebels, because they both have criminals to deal, or work for the New Republic. They both have criminals that they'll need dealt with, so...
That's one of the most disappointing things about Mando still is we finally get a look behind the veil of like what's going on with the Empire, sort of, where it's like, oh hey, our one of our trucks returned with our soldiers, and well, not our soldiers, but one of our crew came back, and we're cheering for it because we're genuinely happy that our side got a victory. And then it's just all for nothing. We get the slight bit of humanization for the bad guys, and then it's just like, yeah, no, whatever, fuck off. Here's a computer where to access it, you need to prove that you have a face. That still pisses me off infinitely. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was... I fucking hate that show. I can't... I just hate that it's such an easy concept. It's such a bounty hunter in space in the Star Wars fucking... It could have been so easy.
Look at
so easy.
Look at how other shows have done it before. Take inspiration from Cowboy Bebop, the original, and Firefly. Just take inspiration from those shows, and then build that concept around a Mandalorian. It's easy. And don't do the stupid fucking, oh, we must have the helmet on at all times, no one can see our face, stupid bullshit. Not that I'm arguing that he should have his mask off all the time, but I just thought the whole religious order, we need to keep our helmet off at all times thing was dumb.
Yeah, I thought that was dumb. Especially because in the prequels, it's shown that well, it's not Boba Fett, but his father takes it off quite frequently. Jango. Yeah, so it's like, so who cares? Like, that's clearly not a fucking thing.
Well, Mando tries to explain it as it's a specific sect of Mandalorians who have this belief.
Oh, that's retarded.
It is retarded.
There's so much they could have done. It was so easy. Bounty hunters in Star Wars, it could have been so good, and they just said, no, let's shit it all up. Hey, every last bit of it.
I've never played it, but remember that time they made a game that's all about playing as Jango Fett as a bounty hunter?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
I've seen Mauler play it, so I know it exists. It looks like it could have been a neat game. $5 from Captain, Professor, Doctor, Horatio, Fellatio, Flungus, McDingus III. Thank you. A bit late, but I always wanted to see the Targaryen throne room with the dragon skulls to make it more interesting than a room with an edgy chair. Yeah. To be fair, of all the possible chairs that could exist, it is the edgiest.
So check that thing I posted in our chat.
Uh-oh. That actually took me a moment.
Yeah, I saw one of those the other day, and it was like, EA, no! And then EA's like, well, I didn't do anything. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, it's just a force of habit.
I'll put this up on screen so chat can see it.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's a large image. Oh god, I have to resize it so much to get it to not cover everything.
Yeah, I actually don't really mind.
New license tightens its grip on competition. Games Workshop, no! What? Sorry, force of habit.
True.
True. Oh, God. Yeah, what the fuck are they doing over there? Jesus Christ.
What?
The Dungeons and Dragons shit. Oh. It is so bad.
Wizard of the Coast is full wokoid. They are
I know that.
Left with NPC.
Oh, I've known that for a long time. They are really bad. I just can't believe they're going this fucking retarded with it. Hell, I remember when they shut down that one store. It was like a D&D store or something, and Wizards of the Coast shut it down because there was an image online where in the corner of the store they had a Kekistani flag. In the corner of it, and they shut down the whole store because of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It was so bad, and they've only gotten worse.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It's really bad.
is what the Star Wars movie, and it's not even I'm not even counting all the other peripheral things and the offshoots and the other spin-offs and the TV shows. So there's even more than that. But just in the primary film franchise, we're now on the 9th movie, right? And if they're each about 2 hours long on average, let's say, so you're talking about 18 hours. 18 hours. Is there really 18 hours worth of story to be told based on?
Yes, there could be even more. There could be an infinite amount of story to be told. It all depends on how it is written.
Yeah, it depends on how they're written, like you say. But again, it's an entire universe. You could have a book that takes like 40 hours to read. There are nothing but short stories that take place within the Star Wars universe. You could do something like that.
And guess what? There were. It was called the Extended Universe.
Yep. God, what is this argument? This is so bad.
Are we actually running into a long bad in the wild? But towards
an
entire franchise?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, kinda. It's getting there.
Because, I mean, we were just talking about Game of Thrones. Let's take that for example. There is well over 70 hours of episode footage to go sit down and watch of Game of Thrones. Like, oh, do they really have that many stories to tell? Well, yeah. I mean, sure, the last 4 seasons aren't good, but, like, to tell that story, it's going to take many multiple hours to do. I just don't get this perspective of, oh, there's 18 hours of movie, that's a problem somehow.
Mm-hmm. It's just wild.
Yeah.
On this. You think about that first Star Wars movie, which I have to tell you, and look, this is not me. I'm honestly not trying to be contrarian when I say this. I am guilty sometimes of being contrarian. I admit, but this is not an attempt at a contrarian take. I'm telling you, if you watch that first Star Wars movie, New Hope, I mean chronologically, at least in terms of when they were produced, the first one. Although I know it's really Episode 4 in the storyline. But if you watch that one, and without the nostalgic attachment, now I know that if you saw it first when you were a kid and you've grown up with Star Wars, then you're not.
Stop trying to pad your argument. Stop it.
Stop padding your fucking video.
Just get to the actual argument. Get to the actual argumentation.
Well, what he's trying to do here is soften the blow of what he's about to say, even though it's in the fucking title.
He's padding the argument. He's trying to make sure that he's just don't worry. Without all this and nostalgia and no, just fucking say it. Say it, you coward.
Do it, pussy.
Not capable of looking at these things objectively because of your nostalgic attachment to them, and I understand that. I don't begrudge you that. But I had, I guess, a strange childhood because I never saw Star Wars growing up as a kid. It just never. I had no interest in it. I could have watched it, but I wasn't interested in it. So I watched when I was an adult. I watched Star Wars for the first time, starting with New.
We just need that fucking Monty Python clip. Get on with it!
Yeah, seriously, this is... Because I got some bad news for him. He's not the only one, and I have a completely different take than he does.
Oh.
Yeah. New Hope. And it is really not a good movie. It honestly isn't. If you go in cold, you have no attachment to the movie.
Okay.
You're not rooting against it. You don't dislike it. You're like, okay, let me turn on this movie. If you look at it like that, it's really not that good.
How?
So what about all?
Please make an argument.
What about all those people in the 70s who had no attachment to it when it came out for the first time?
Yeah, and said it was really fucking good.
Like, not to use the
not the popularity fallacy.
Yeah, appeal to popularity fallacy, but that's the only argument I can actually make right now Because he hasn't fucking said anything.
He hasn't made an actual argument himself. He just says it's bad. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
how is it bad?
We're about a third of the way into this video, by the way. We are 2 minutes and 31 seconds into a 7 minute and 20 long video. 7 minute 20 second long video.
Well, and here's the thing. So far, all he said is, well, if you look at it with no nostalgia, if you didn't grow up with it,
objectively,
you would see that it's actually a bad film. You're only
really
thinking
bad.
it's good because you're attached to it from as a kid. Well, I got bad news for you. I watched only the prequels when I was younger, and I didn't like them. And it actually really turned me off of Star Wars for a long time, and I didn't want to watch it. And it wasn't until years later, when I was like 16, that somebody got me to watch them again, that got me to watch the originals. And I really liked them. Even though I did not like Star Wars, because I had been turned off by them so hard by the prequels, I still liked the originals a lot. So, I'm sorry, but you're fucking wrong. It doesn't work that way. It's not just nostalgia and, oh, you grew up with it as a kid. You already like Star Wars. No, I fucking hated Star Wars. Okay? I thought it was dog shit. It wasn't until later when people tried to get me to watch the originals and I finally sat down and watched them that I was like, oh, these are actually really good. I see why people like these now. Oh, it's a shame what they did with the prequels.
yeah.
Don't lie, Pagan. You may have hated those prequels, but you still really, really like Jar Jar Binks. He was your all-time favorite character in all media, and that's your weakness that made you like the original trilogy, because there was that one element you liked from the prequels.
Do you want to hear something funny?
Oh, no.
About the prequels about Jar Jar when I was young?
Mm.
So I was like 5 or 6 when I watched the prequels. And I just remember turning to my... Well, I guess it was just my friend. Because we were at his house and watching it. And he was way older than me. And I just turned to him and I was like, why did they hire a mentally deficient person in this video, in this movie? And he was like, I know, I fucking hate Jar Jar Binks. I was just this little 6-year-old kid being like, why did they hire a mentally retarded person?
Yeah, just the visual mental image of a small child going, why is a retard in this movie?
Oh.
The acting is bad. It's Mark Hamill is not a good actor.
Examples!
Hard disagree with you there. The fuck you talking about? You're gonna have to prove this shit. You can't just say this stuff and then move on. You need to show examples. You need to point out why you think that. You can't just say that and move on. This is really shit.
I definitely don't think he's the best actor, but I think he plays the role in Star Wars well enough, especially when you contrast A New Hope Luke to End of New Hope Luke to Empire Strikes Back Luke to Return of the Jedi Luke.
Yes. But yeah, okay, please give an example, for God's sakes.
Maybe he gets a little better as the series goes on, but he is not good in that movie. So
example.
it is like...
Example, you fucking asshat.
Well, of course there's not going to be any examples. This is a 7 minute and 19 second video.
No, but it's just frustrating. If you make a claim, back it fucking, please.
Yeah, you can't just say this shit and move on and expect people to just believe that. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to convince people who disagree with you already.
Yes. Again, you are coming in with the contrarian opinion that the original Star Wars movie was not good. You can't just say, yeah, it was really bad if you think about it logically, and then just move on from that. No. You have to go into that. What do you mean it's bad if you think about it logically? Well, the acting's not very... Mark Hamill's not a very good actor. He's really bad in that movie. Do you have an example? Please, give me an example of him being a bad actor in that movie.
Yeah. And you also have to consider, too, that at the start of the movie, he is an awkward farm kid who hasn't had all that much social interaction with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He lives on a
I also just find it
planet.
weird I also just find it weird that he's making this argument of, because he started off with like, oh yeah, this newest film is really bad, and rather than just like going with the obvious like true statement of it's a shame that these films went from okay or good to bad, like the quality only got worse. It's literally just, oh no, they were never good, guys. No. Stop liking the originals. They were never good. It's like when it's obviously like not the case. It's literally it got worse because the writing got worse.
Yeah.
But especially for someone on his side, it's like that space he comes from feels like, he would be almost hardwired to argue that the originals were good. In fact, for him, I feel like I'm going to be honest. I don't have a high opinion of Matt Walsh. I think he's a fucking idiot. And I feel like he would default to the fucking like, oh, well, the originals were actually perfect. They were actually flawless. And the libtards turned it into sadomasochist bullshit, like that kind of thing. Like, that's where I was expecting this to go. But no, he's literally just going fucking like, no, guys, don't hate on the new ones that much. The originals weren't that good either. And it's like, what?
Is this guy a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian? Well, no, you heard him. He said he wasn't being a contrarian. Even though he very clearly is. £5 from the Happy Nihilist. Thank you. If you define lizard as everything descent from the first lizard, and snakes share that lineage, the snakes are lizard emote, and that's why Kree is a fish now. Well, I disagree about the fish part, but snakes do remain my favorite kind of lizard.
They are not lizard.
Did you hear something, Pagan? I thought I heard something just now.
Alright, I told you earlier. Middle finger on each hand. Sit on it and spin.
Is the lizardy farm equipment talking?
I will end your existence.
The hoe got out of the shed again.
There shall be nothing but feathers.
That's okay, I'll just lock the tool shed until he comes down.
I have a gun, don't you know?
No, we're gonna enter the tool shed, and it's gonna be like that scene from The Thing where he got underneath the floorboards and dug a hole, and he's been building a spaceship to kill everyone.
D-list level acting. The script is not good. The dialogue is clunky and everything. I mean, it's kind of campy and kind of fun, I guess, but it's not. My point is, it's really not a great film.
Examples, citations.
Yeah, something. I can agree that the dialogue is a bit clunky in some places, but I wouldn't say it's bad or poorly written or anything like that. It's just, it's got some of that old 80s charm.
Yeah. Like, clunky dialogue doesn't make a movie bad. A little bit of bad acting here and there doesn't make a movie bad.
Yeah, this...
Like, a lot of bad acting and bad dialogue can make a movie absolutely fucking insufferable, even if the plot, the script is rock solid. But that's just not the case here.
And ask yourself, so based on that first movie, is there 18 hours worth of material to be mined from that?
Yes.
Yes, easily.
What do you mean? Why are you stating this like it's so obvious that there can't be when there so easily is? You could ask almost any Star Wars fan, like, any idea that they've had, and it'll probably come close to 18 hours.
This is just bizarre to me, this type of argument, because sure, maybe if you take Die Hard, for example, and then you find out there's the Die Hard expanded universe where there's like 700 hours of Die Hard content. Yeah, that would be a little weird, because Die Hard just takes place on Earth. When you talk about a fictional setting, like this entire vast universe where there's thousands of alien races, well, probably hundreds of alien races, but you know what I mean. Or to take it to other series like Star Trek. How many hours of content is there of Star Trek to the end of Voyager or Deep Space Nine? I'm not sure which of those ended last. But like, there's 3 entire 7-season shows, and then the original series, then 6 movies for the original series. That's a lot of fucking hours of content for a sci-fi show. Well, I should say for a sci-fi show. But that's a lot of content. A Song of Ice and Fire. You could tell stories within that universe that take place entirely within the free cities of Essos, or exploring the other continents on that world. The move it to video games, Elder Scrolls, there's so many different continents on that world that we've barely even seen, let alone the provinces that we haven't reached yet in the main content of Tamriel. Like, when you take a fictional universe that has its own rules and so many possible stories to explore, yes, you can take potentially hundreds upon thousands of hours of story out of that universe. I don't know why it's a bizarre thought to go, Star Wars, A New Hope. They somehow got 18 hours of content out of that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The problem with the prequels and the sequels aren't that they're an extension of Star Wars. The problem is that they're poorly written. Not many people would be going, Star Wars, if those 2 trilogies and then all the Disney shows weren't fucking garbage. And I say 2 trilogies with the understanding that the prequels are far superior to Disney's trilogy.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what I was going to say.
Sorry, I get quite annoyed at dumb things people sometimes say.
Yeah, I know. It's just... the fucking 18 hours thing is just...
Yeah, it's
like,
very
dude,
irritating.
That's so little, too, in comparison when you think about, like, all the stuff you could do with Star Wars. Like, 18 hours is fucking nothing. But, hell, like I said before, the Boba Fett thing, like, so many people were excited for Boba Fett and had all this stuff, like, planned out in their head already of where it could go. And, like, that right there shows that, yes, there is more content to be had with Star Wars. The issue isn't that it's a spin-off of something from Star Wars. It's just they didn't even bother to try and do a show about Boba Fett. It was literally just fucking nothing. It was just garbage.
Yeah. Boba Fett, I remember Boba Fett. Yeah, that seems to be the entire selling point of the show. God, it's so dumb.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
I just don't get why they didn't go with the, like, obvious fucking concept of what they could have done. Like, there's so much they could have done with Boba Fett, and then they chose Mob Boss on Tatooine.
Not just Mob Boss on Tatooine, but retarded Mob Boss on Tatooine.
Yeah, like, absolutely retarded Mob Boss who gets everything wrong.
I heard Boba grew up surrounded by water. That's like one of the dumbest moments in the show. For anyone who hasn't seen Book of Boba Fett, there's a water merchant on Tatooine, a desert planet, who's charging too much for water. And then Boba Fett says, I grew up surrounded by water. Because he grew up on an ocean planet, Kamino. It's like, it's a desert planet, my dude. Water is scarce. What the fuck? That doesn't mean anything. It's so dumb. I hate it.
I fucking hate it. I don't know what they were thinking. If they had just made Boba Fett like Mando, but good, it would have been perfect. But no. 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 I don't even know how they managed to fuck up Mando. It's like, you could have got that right, too. Like, there was no reason that had to be bad, but they just fucked up so much stuff.
You know what I randomly remember from time to time that just pops into my head? Is that fucking scene from Boba Fett where he's, I think it's like a flashback or something when he's invading Jabba's palace or something. Either way, there's this tiny little rabbit-looking robot, and he grabs it and holds it up against the wall. He's like, do you know who I am? I'm Boba Fett. While the robot is emoting to look like sad and scared, and then it turns itself off. It's like, why the fuck is he doing this to a robot?
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's so dumb. It's just so stupid.
Yeah. Oh god, and then Kenobi. I almost forgot about Kenobi existing. Just there was no reason that should have been bad either. Like, one of the best parts of the prequels, all you have to do is not give it shitty writing and it's going to be a good show, and they managed to fuck that up too. They fucked that up too. Oh my god.
Fuck everything up, surprisingly.
That fucking scene, you know which one I'm talking about. The fucking trench coat cartoon logic bullshit. What the fuck? How did they even get that far? How did they even get as far as they did? Oh my god, I fucking hate it.
Well, I exist again.
Welcome back to existing. I didn't even know you left.
Yeah, we didn't even know you left.
Wow.
Pagan. You ever see Austin Powers 3?
Yes.
You know what scene I'm going to reference, don't you?
I believe
Austin
so.
Powers and Mini-Me sneak onto Dr. Evil's fucking submarine, and they're like, oh, there's only one coat to disguise as. One of us is going to have to stand on the other's shoulders. So Tiny Legs, giant Austin Powers is walking down the corridor because he's standing on Mini-Me's shoulders. And he's like bumping into shit because Mini-Me can't see where he's going.
Honestly, I can take that scene more seriously than I can the Kenobi scene.
Well, yeah, like, the comparison I'm making here is obviously absurdity where there's this really, really tall man with, like, tiny baby legs walking down the corridor. And it's so out of place that even characters in this comedy movie are like, what the fuck is going on here? And, it's just kind of a similar amount of absurdity where, like, realistically, people would be calling that shit out. Then we get Kenobi, which is like 1,000 times worse somehow. Yeah, there's this man walking across this hangar bay, and his coat is just like he's there's someone obviously under his fucking coat behind him. He's got 4 sets of legs.
Yeah,
it's so dumb.
So shit. It's so fucking shit.
Someone wrote this as part of a thing that's not a comedy and released it and probably expected it to be taken seriously. Someone thought this was good.
Yeah, yep. And then just everything with that one character whose name I can never remember because she's so useless and not worth remembering. I can't remember her name, but the fucking dumb bitch who's supposed to be like the villain of the show.
Reva.
Yeah, just everything with her is awful. Just everything. Oh my god.
Reva.
Yeah.
I just refuse to acknowledge the existence of the Kenobi series. I cannot accept it. Yeah. Completely understandable. Of course, Kree would remember a Reva name.
Yep. Alright.
It's not that inventive. Okay, George Lucas didn't really come up this. He didn't invent this idea of a space opera.
You don't have. You don't have to invent an entire new genre, you idiot. Yeah. Holy mother of God! If you don't create an entire new genre, it's not that inventive.
Remember, the first person to write a story about ships in space is the only person who can ever make 300 hours worth of content of ships in space. Anyone after that, you didn't make the genre. This is dumb. It's not that creative.
Yeah,
Fuck
Tolkien's
off.
not that creative. He didn't invent fantasy. It's over.
Oh god, what a shit fucking take.
That is a wild. That is contrarian logic there. Hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, Matt Walsh is a fucking idiot. I can't stand anything with him. I've tried watching some of his stuff, and while it is funny to see some of the leftoids lose their shit, he is genuinely just a fucking idiot, though. I can't stand watching anything with him.
Dim Tool. I can't believe how many people listen to him, and it's just like, Jesus fuck mothering Christ. Tim is not a smart man. He's a moron.
Yeah, he is.
Has the Civil War happened yet? I've been hearing for a couple years now that there's going to be a Civil War.
But hey, we now have a new church commission. This is going to be real spicy because it actually has the authority to go into every single agency, no holds barred, to dig up everything. Oh my god, I am super excited.
Yeah, I'm glad that some new channels have popped up to like replace Tim, because I always used to share his videos as like, it's like, oh, did you hear about this? Like, ignore the video, just read the headline, kind of thing. Like, read the article, sort of thing. But I'm so glad there's better channels for that now, like Memology and
I like Memology, Liberal Hive Mind, Black
Liberal Hive Mind. Yeah.
The Doors didn't invent psychedelic rock. They're no one special.
Not that creative.
The Rolling Stones didn't invent guitars. They're not that fucking special. They're not that great. Neither did the Beatles. Fuck them. God, it just... I'm sorry, it's just a really dumb point. This is like... absolute brainlet point.
Yeah.
He didn't invent this idea of a space opera. It's actually pretty derivative in parts. So I don't know. I think that's what we learned. That even you see all these movie franchises that go on forever and ever and ever. Even a great film. Okay, even a really, really great film,
such as
which that is complex and dense and with great characters and everything. You're probably not going to find 18 hours worth of material from.
James Bond.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is your examples, you dingus? Because you could get infinite amount of material out of anything. You really can.
Yeah. Like I just said, James Bond. How many James Bond movies are there?
Yeah.
Like 20? Or more?
Yeah. And that's a well that does not have to dry up as long as they're well written. People will keep going to them.
And I made that example of Die Hard earlier, but that actually kind of counters my point that James Bond is a movie that takes place in, at the time of their making, modern-day Earth. And there's infinite stories you could tell with that. How many Mission Impossible movies are there? There's like 6 right now, right? With something 2 more coming on the horizon?
Yeah, something like that.
Like, yeah, you could take these stories and just make them forever. And by the way, the only Mission Impossible movie I've ever seen is Mission Impossible Fallout. Not because Fallout is in the title, by the way. And I thought it was really fucking good. I really liked it. What?
The fucking comments. Berserk didn't invent rape.
Oh my god. The Beatles didn't invent the idea of walking on crosswalks. Critical Drinker wrote a comic that is a prequel to the Rambo movies. Anyone could create an idea, so long as it's well written. Yes. Hopefully that comic turns out to be pretty good. I didn't have money at the time they were doing the campaign, so I couldn't back it.
Doctor, take off my special needs helmet.
Taking all the restraints off. I shall activate my true power level.
Oh, God.
Jennifer Lawrence wasn't the first woman.
Nope.
I don't know if you've been hearing the Jennifer Lawrence memes, but watching Real BBC and Friday Night Tights, there was an article where she said something like she was the first female action star. So people have just been memeing to fucking death that she's the first person to ever do anything. Jennifer Lawrence invented rock and roll. Jennifer Lawrence said, "Let there be light."
Oh, God.
Jennifer Lawrence played every role in some movie. I forget what movie they were talking about, but yeah, it's funny. JoJo didn't invent ass poles.
Yeah.
Behold! Retardation!
But the first Star Wars movie isn't even that great.
Apples,
And it just
motherfucker.
goes on and on and on. Which is why each new Star Wars movie, it just repeats, just over and over, gets the same story repeated over and over.
But it's
That
literally
is the
not!
That's the fault of the fucking writers.
Yeah, that's Disney's fault for constantly wanting to do the same shit over and over again. You didn't have this problem with the EU.
Okay,
Yep.
I need to point something
Extended
out.
universe, by the way, not Europe. Europe is a shithole.
Yeah, no, not Europe, just the extended universe.
We were made in Jennifer Lawrence's image.
The first sin.
I need to point something out here, though. The original Star Wars trilogy is an ongoing story, but even then, it's not the same thing over and over again. The power balances and the dynamics are all different among each one. A lot of Empire is Luke training, and like, yeah, they do the Death Star over again in Return of the Jedi, but again, it's an ongoing story. The prequels tell an entirely different story. It's not the same thing as the original trilogy. There's similar elements, but it's still handled entirely differently. Even if you want to say, oh yeah, it's two sides, a good side, a bad side at war, the rebels are like a small, ill-equipped group. They're the underdogs. Whereas in the prequels, in the end of Attack of the Clones and among the Clone Wars series, and into Revenge of the Sith, they're two fairly equal sides fighting each other, an army of robots and an army of clones. So it's not the same kind of power dynamic as in the original trilogy. The problem comes in particularly with Disney, where they are trying to retell the original trilogy, but way worse and with worse characters, all the while disrespecting the original trilogy. But I have to go even a step farther here, because this gets even worse when, I don't like Mando. I really fucking don't like Solo. But again, they don't tell the same stories as the original trilogy does. Mando does try to tell the story of the space bounty hunter guy who is taking care of a weird alien kid who, quite honestly, deserves to get cum-punted into a pool of lava. Solo tells the origin, the backstory of Han Solo, and it's not a Rebels versus Empire battle or story. As shit as it is, it's not a repeat of A New Hope. Matt claims there's no complexity in the OT when there's an insane amount of layers to it. Yeah. Yes, Kree, kill the younglings. Yes. Best scene in the entire series. The thing that's frustrating me most is he's just saying it, and he's not even attempting to provide examples. Like, he tried to give an example of, like, oh, Mark Hamill, he's not a good actor. Well, show you the actual example, don't just say it.
Yeah, give an example, give a line.
Show a clip of him saying a line awkwardly that sounds really bad.
Yep.
Give a compilation of lines, because one bad line does not prove an actor to be a bad actor.
No. Sometimes it's just a flub, and they just keep it.
Yeah.
And over again. Yeah, The special effects get a little better each time, but that's it.
Arguable.
It's very debatable because the original Star Wars still holds up really well because they had fantastic model work.
Yeah. And to be honest, some of the special effects in the sequel trilogy do kind of look like garbage sometimes.
And the prequel trilogy, especially. Like,
Oh yeah,
there's some rough.
a lot of
There's
the
some rough
3D
ones.
stuff, the CGI, yeah.
Yeah.
Lock down this pristine CGI hallway. Okay.
Yeah.
We have to see the same story. And what annoys me about it is that while the Star Wars universe, I don't think has enough in it to justify 18 hours of story.
It's an entire universe, my dude. Expand on this claim why you don't think it's enough. And again, it's not the same story over and over and over again. Fuck off with that.
Yeah.
The Star Wars universe doesn't, but the actual universe does. What I mean is, look, if you want to make a movie, a sci-fi movie about things happening in space where it involves aliens and spaceships and adventures, I say, great, do that. That's fantastic. There's literally endless possibilities for telling stories set in space. But all of the all the resources in Hollywood and everything is focused on, well, if we're going to tell a space story, it has to be Star Wars.
That's not how it works, first of all.
No.
Retarded. What are you talking about? But
what are you fucking talking about?
The part that's really annoying me here is this idea of Star Wars somehow being limited. Oh, you could tell, there's an infinite amount of stories you could tell in space, but just not Star Wars, is essentially what he's getting at here. It's like, motherfucker, what?
Like, how? How?
The only thing you're limited by is the rules of that universe, which is what you fucking sign up for when you decide to make a Star Wars movie, Ryan. But, there's no reason why you can't just do a story that takes place in the Star Wars universe, or the Star Trek universe, or Battlestar Galactica, Stargate, or whatever else, where it's just a story that takes place within that universe without, the key elements like lightsabers.
Yep.
That's what annoys me. It's like, just, can we get away from the Star Wars thing? And if we have filmmakers and script writers and actors who want to, do a movie about space, just let them do that. It doesn't need to be Star Wars. Can we just put that aside? Fine, we've done Star Wars, we get it, and let's just move on. There's a lot of space left in space for other stories.
Okay, what does that matter if this
Star Wars for other stories, you dingus?
And what does it matter if the same fucking writers who are shitting up Star Wars right now are the same ones that write these new space stories? They're going to be just as shit. That's the problem, is that they're being given to writers who can't fucking write.
So it feels necessary to point out at this point, but a certain round-headed man made a certain middle movie to a certain trilogy of a certain sci-fi franchise. One of his previous works I'm aware of, Looper, pretty fucking shit. Then his two follow-ups, well, I should say follow-ups, his two movies after this vague sci-fi property that we don't know about, it's a murder mystery series. There's two movies in that series, and they're fucking dog shit. If you hire shit writers to write Star Wars, then they're going to keep writing fucking shit. If you hire these same writers to write something else, it's going to be fucking shit.
Yep.
The reasons, God, it's such a blatantly obvious thing that it feels weird saying it, but apparently we have to with this guy. Star Wars isn't bad because it's Star Wars, because we put too many hours into telling Star Wars stories. The problem is the shit writers.
It's the same thing with all these Marvel movies and Avengers. It's like, if you want to tell a story about someone with supernatural powers, there's a lot you could do with that. There's a lot of really interesting stories you could tell. It doesn't have to involve Spider-Man or Iron Man. Like, we understand, we've seen those stories. We've seen everything those guys can do. We get.
No.
We've seen everything they can do.
There's so many stories you could... This just seems to be an argument against franchises for the arbitrary sake of why continue franchises.
Yeah.
Franchises in
stupid.
and of themselves aren't bad.
He acts like new stuff isn't ever being made. Like, oh, they're never making new superhero movies or new superhero characters because all these old superheroes exist and people keep wanting stuff with them. And it's like, that doesn't stop other stuff from existing. Other people make stuff too. Even if Hollywood doesn't pick it up, people are still making other stuff.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Ugh.
There's so many stories we can make, and so he chose Black Thor and Pregnant Joker. Oh my god. That image is almost burned into my mind, and I hate it. I hate it so much. It is so dumb.
The funny thing is, you could take what he's saying and then point at any fucking new superhero that movie they make, and it's absolute dog shit. And it's like, okay, there you go. You got what you wanted. No more Spider-Man. We got this new superhero no one's ever heard of. Aren't you so glad you got this new one? Oh, what? The movie's shit? Well, that can't be. It's brand new. You said it can't be bad if it's brand new. What do you mean?
I'm not even sure that's the argument he's making. It just seems to be this pointless, generic argument against franchises because...
Well, I think it's more my argument where it's like, what does it matter if you make a new superhero franchise if it's still going to be poorly written?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I was making with Rian Johnson there. He made a shit Star Wars movie, then he went on to make 2 more shit murder mystery detective movies.
Yeah.
Like, sure, maybe some writers will improve over time, but I don't know why someone would write fucking garbage, and write more garbage, and then write more garbage, and you'd think, well, maybe if we take it out of Star Wars, it won't be garbage anymore, and then he goes and makes garbage. Like, if you were to give Rian Johnson a totally, like, a blank check to make a sci-fi movie, you could do whatever you want with it, but it has to be a sci-fi movie, you can almost guarantee at this point that it's going to be dog shit.
Yeah, because that's his track record.
Yep. Has Black Adam came out yet?
Yes, it has. Months ago.
Is it any good?
I've heard mixed things, mostly negative. I heard it's better than a lot of the other crap that has come out, but it's still...
That's not saying much.
It's not saying much. It could have been better. Also, please explain Pregnant Joker. What the fuck?
I don't want to explain it. I had to see it. It's awful.
I had to see it too, to the point where I don't want to see it again. That's how fucking awful it is. If you want to look... Okay. This is how fucking dumb this is. You know the Joker, the famous Batman villain. Now imagine him, like, looking all worried and concerned and shocked because he's got a big bulging belly because he's fucking pregnant. And he has, like, another super villain, like, do an ultrasound on him or something. I don't know. It's really fucking weird.
What is this from?
Knowing it exists. It's some fucking comic that came out recently.
I have not seen this. What the fuck?
It was all over Twitter. A lot of people responded to it. I think Memeology did a video on it. There's even a fucking Vinny Vinesauce reaction to finding it out. I didn't watch that video, but it was in the fucking thumbnail for one of the Vinesauce short videos.
Oh God.
Explain. I want to see you suffer. No. This
No.
is one of those things that's so bad that you're gonna have to pay me to make me fucking do this.
You have to pay all of us
It's-
because we'll have to fucking see it at some point.
As much as I would like to inflict this cursed bullshit upon chat for constantly calling me a furry, because it would be a good revenge against you guys, I would have to see it too, and I don't want to. I don't want to see it. I hate it.
Alright, we have a minute and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, he's not gonna fucking use any evidence in the last minute. He's gonna be wrapping it up in like 10 seconds, probably.
Yeah, and then it'll take him the rest of the time.
Get it? Create a new character with supernatural abilities. Have him do something completely different. All right.
So by his shit tier logic, by the way, after the very first superhero comic book, there should have been no other superhero things. Because why would he be a superhero? Just make something different, make something new. Why would Batman and Superman be together? That's something stupid. No, they should be totally different.
It's not so much that as, oh, you've made 3 superheroes in the same franchise. Okay, now go make something new. Go make a superhero in a different franchise now. Which is just dumb. Like, people can, like, obviously we're not saying, you know, people can't make new stuff. People shouldn't. We're not saying anything like that. Obviously, everyone who's creative out there who wants to go make new stuff, go do so.
Yep.
The problem here is he's saying, like, his essential argument is franchises are dumb.
Yeah, and that's it.
But they're not. Not inherently. Like, if the MCU still had, like, really, really good writing, like, for the quality of Iron Man 1 and Civil War and stuff, it would not be in the position it is right now. It would not be nearly as reviled as it is right now by a lot of people. Yeah. The obvious reason for why it's so hated is because of terrible writing.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was asking about the Black Adam thing, because I was like, oh man, if that's a superhero movie that came out recently that was also really bad, it's like, well, there you go. You got your wish.
Well, no, see, that's not Marvel, but that's DC, and that's another franchise, and that's bad. Also, he went all right there, right before you paused. So I was right. It was 10 seconds in, and now he's going to start wrapping up, it seems.
Yeah.
This video was actually somehow worse than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it really is.
Because, like, yeah, he made these shit claims, but he wasted so much time of this short video and said nothing. Oh god.
How funny would it be if he starts shilling like the sponsorship or whatever, and it's literally this.
Please,
it's the same thing from fucking Ben Shapiro's fucking video.
Would be amazing.
Please be established titles. Oh my god.
All
right. But I know the movie will make $1 billion on its first weekend for some reason. At this point, you've seen 16 hours of Star Wars. Like, people are just itching. I gotta go see it again. I've seen this same movie 8 times already.
But it's not the same movie 8 times, you fucking retard.
It's not the same movie over and over again. Do you think Empire Strikes Back is the same film as New Hope? Do you think Return of the Jedi is the same film as Empire Strikes Back and A New Hope?
Did he only see A New Hope in The Force Awakens and just think all online movies are like that?
He fucking might have.
That might be how fucking stupid this is. Holy shit.
Yeah, imagine saying The Rise of Skywalker is anything like any of the other movies that came before it.
Yeah.
Like,
Rise of Skywalker is like the great uniter because prequel fans hate it, OT fans hate it, and even fucking Disney sequel fans hate it. It's magical.
Yep.
No, it's clearly just A New Hope again for like the 8,000th time.
Now I gotta go opening weekend to watch it again one more time. I'm gonna hand my money over to Disney.
Wait, you haven't
They have
even
no respect
seen
for me as a fan, as a viewer, because they're just shoving tripe into my mouth, just garbage. No respect for me. They're not even trying to make an original story. It's just reheated, it's leftovers. It's like going to a restaurant and you know that they're serving you the leftovers from the previous night, microwaved. And you go and you give them their money. And they literally shovel it into your mouth. I mean, who would do that?
If it's good, it's good. That's the thing. If they're honest about it, and it's still good food, what's the problem?
So, God, I just hate this whole argumentation that they're all the same movie when they're very fucking obviously not.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
He's right about fuck Disney, but he's wrong about everything else.
Yeah. Like, oh, fucking A New Hope has lightsabers in it, and you know what else has lightsabers in it? A Phantom Menace. They're the same movie. When, like, they're not at all. They're completely different.
Yeah.
Dude, it's just crazy. Yes, it was a horrible analogy. Again, if the restaurant tells you that's what they're doing, and it's still good food, okay. It was still good food, right? You still had food. You still ate. You were still fed. That's not a bad thing. Now, if they don't tell you, and that's all they do, and it's really bad food, and you make a stink and you find out that's the reason, yeah, that's fucked. But, good lord, dude. Just because it's reheated leftovers isn't bad. So is it awful that you reheat the leftovers when you get home? Is that terrible?
Terraria has lightsabers too. Best Star Wars IMO.
Oh, God.
What we do with Hollywood. I don't understand it. Hey, you.
No, okay. It's good.
Good, we're done. Fuck off.
I wonder what Gordon Ramsay would say about the microwave, because I think the microwave is actually an incredibly useful tool. It just gets abused.
What, you're not supposed to heat up a ham for 20 minutes in the microwave?
No. And please, God, it has power settings and stuff for a reason. It has different timings for a reason. Good God, people.
Stag 75. Why so many stags within the same formula? Make some new podcast. What, you don't have an imagination to do it?
God. Yep. No, max power all the time. Dude, that's the part that drives me crazy. The people are like, just stick it in, and this is the thing, and we'll just do the thing. It's like, you don't need to max power that shit. Low voltage that thing. You'll be shocked how well you can get a microwave to work if you just bring it down.
Oh.
Seriously, before I got this air fryer, now I'm using the air fryer like crazy. Before I got this air fryer, for like pizza, for reheating pizza, I put it on 60% for 1 minute and 15 seconds. 60%. Really good fucking pizza. Doesn't burn or anything like that. Gets everything thoroughly cooked through. But the best part is, because it's a lower voltage, it doesn't actually go through, like, so if you have tomatoes or whatever, if you have like a supreme pizza, it'll heat the cheese and the bread and everything like that, but it'll still keep like the olives and everything like that cooler. Oh, seriously, learn the different power settings on your microwave, please.
Low voltage, you'd be shocked.
I mean, you would be shocked. It'd be lower voltage.
Anyways, that's all for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll see you next time, hopefully.
Microwave stream when? I would unironically, as a joke, do an air fryer stream. That'd be fun. Seriously, air fryer makes such good food. Holy crap. Especially the rotisserie. Whoa.
Pagan, show your shit!
Yeah, so I got a YouTube channel, and I stream on it. And I actually stream on it now. Because I've decided that I'm going to do it at least 3 times a week. So come on by sometime this week. I will be streaming something.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, Setch.
I am officially on the new rig. We have had a massive new improvement. I have the RTX 3060 up and running. I have a 10600K for a processor, an i5. I've got all of it on SSDs, and we got 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's a huge upgrade in comparison to what I had. This is the cursed rig. It is finally uncursed. We are currently on the new rig and everything. And I stream over on Twitch every weekday from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, I will be on Twitch in the morning on Eastern Time. Yeah, so we're having ourselves a good old time over there, and we've streamed a couple Chernobyl games. One of them being Chernobylite on Monday, and we just did StarCraft, and both of them really fun and enjoyable games. I think tomorrow we might be doing some more Grim Dawn, because I don't know, I feel like I want to continue Grim Dawning it as well. But yeah. The Halo Reach video is still in the works, by the way. We're only 5 pages in. I've just been getting distracted now lately, especially now that I got the cursed rig working and everything. So I'm kind of distracted with that now. But yeah, we are working on the Halo Reach script. And honestly, because it's on the cursed rig now, I think the footage for that's going to come out way nicer too. So that'll be nice. So at least the video will look pretty too. 5 pages is still in the intro? No, thank God, no. But we're still in the early days. We're still in the initial problems with Reach. Free, sell your shit!
Some of you may or may not know this, but I released a video on January 1st. It was doing incredibly well. It reached 50,000 views, which I understand is not a lot for a lot of the bigger YouTubers, but for a little old channel like mine, that's pretty fucking awesome. I was super ecstatic about it. I was happy. And YouTube cut its fucking legs off. I went through that video, censored most of the fucks, and re-uploaded it. Again, I don't normally ask this, but please go check it out. Please watch it if you haven't already. Please vote for it whichever way you want, up or down. I actually don't care whether it's you vote up or down. Just please do leave a like or dislike. Leave a comment if you can. Share it, please. Yeah. It's just really depressing, disappointing, demotivating to see something doing so well to just fucking die like that. Because, like, that's the thing. I worked this past weekend. STAG was supposed to be yesterday, but it was today because Pagan was busy yesterday. And going into work Friday and Saturday, you know, I hate going to work, but it was one of those situations where, you know, you're happy about something, so there's actually a bit of a, there's some pep in your step. And that's what I had until they killed my video. And it's just been, like, depressing since then. Because here I am, imagining where that video could have gone if it had stayed on track. You know, maybe it would have petered out. Maybe it would start getting less and less traction as time goes on, as videos normally do. Or maybe it would have gone higher and higher and higher. It could potentially be at 100,000 views right now, if YouTube hadn't done that. But they did. Because they updated their policy for something stupid and arbitrary. And I don't get it.
Yep. I just saw ProZD just posted a video about that like 4 hours ago, that he's experiencing the same problem right now.
Yeah, Artemis sent me a video during the stream here from Yang Ye, but it's about YouTube can't stop ruining YouTube. And there's some guy on the screen with a thing, limited monetization.
Yep.
I'm going to be making a video about this too, explaining and showing some of my stats for this video and how things were going, and how the impressions have fucking flatlined. Because an impression is simply when your video shows up on someone else's page, right? So, like, you're on the homepage of YouTube and the video is there, or you're on someone else's video and the list of videos on the side, they're recommended, it's there. Those are impressions, right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so, yeah.
So, my video was doing insanely well. It had hundreds of thousands of impressions, and the very moment it got demonetized, it fucking flatlined. I'm getting maybe a couple hundred impressions per day now, when before I was getting tens of thousands. Like I said, within the first 6 days, I had over 600,000 impressions on that video. And now, it's dead in the water. 4 months of work put into this video. I shouldn't say that, because it's not like 4 straight months of work put into the video. There's a lot of procrastination and not working on it due to depression and stuff, but the fact is, I started this video 4 months ago, and I finally finished it in December, and, you know, what a strong way to start the year, too, because that's kind of what I could have released a video on Saturday, but EVAP was on Saturday. I didn't want to premiere my video while they were doing their thing. I could have premiered it on the Friday, and I didn't, because, you know, Friday Night Types, I don't want to be treading on their like, I'm not competition for them, but it's just that thing of, you know, you don't want to put your thing out at the same time as something else big that you like. And then it just kind of aligned. The pieces fell into place. Just premiere it on January 1st. Start the year out strong. And to see it doing better than I could possibly have hoped for or expected. Because that's the other thing, too, is by the time I finished the video and I was getting ready to release it, I didn't think it was going to do super well. Because it felt like the time had passed. You know, strike while the iron is hot. While the game came out back in August. The iron was still hot in September and October. I was hoping to have it out for the end of October. But here we are, 4 months later. And then we do start the year off strong. It had been my most successful video for the amount of time it had been released. Because it blew all the others in the past out of the water. It had nearly 20,000 more views than the Miniature Nerd video did at 6 days of being released. And then again, YouTube just fucking killed it. Like, maybe it sounds lame. I don't know. But that fucking hurts.
Yeah. As Scrublord69 puts it, let's get ready to go to Rumble!
The video is up on Rumble and Odyssey, uncensored. I was just looking at a comment on my phone I had received that said, the censored swearing does actually take away some of the charm. And I agree, I think it does.
It does. But that's, again, it's the fucking shitty system we work in.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, please check that out if you can. I don't mean to give a sob story like this. Like, those of you who have been around long enough know I don't normally do this. And I'm only asking to check it out, give it a like or dislike, comments and stuff, and share it. Only because it's kind of affecting me that much. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Thank you for hanging out. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for checking out the video if you have or you plan to. It's very much appreciated. Check out Pagan's YouTube, such as Twitch. And have a good one, everyone. Say goodbye, you fucks.
Oh. Nah, they don't need a goodbye.